Hello, my friends. This is stream number 380. I'm just going to make sure that I have transcoding options today. Good. All right. And I'm now going to take the link that I have for today's plan, which is a simple plan. Same plan as last couple weeks, and I'm going to put it in Discord. In the stream plan section, I'm back and working more on the database stuff today. There we go, that's taken care of. So let's pull up the to-do list. To do. All right, I'm in the midst of migrating my game's entity component system data from JSON to SQLite. So, hey there, Giga Games. Welcome to the stream. There we go. Yeah, so I've migrated all of the component types that are here checked off on the list. The ones that are not checked off are not yet migrated. So they number 7 right now, I believe. And I'm going to try to cut that down as far as I can today. Hello there, Romania. Hey, how are you doing today? Probably going to start with zone and trigger. And trigger I was intending to redesign anyway. Yeah. Then I'm going to be redesigning the trigger. How am I going to redesign the trigger? Do I change all the triggers in the game, or do I have some kind of migration in the JSON? Don't know. Let's work on zone. So, current task. Migrating game zone zone information to SQLite. How's it going? It's going all right. Yeah, there was sort of a break in the stream because normally I take Wednesdays off. Tuesday I had to take off because another, from time to time, one of my kids has a doctor's appointment I have to go to, and that was Tuesday. And it was, scheduled right in the middle. Usually it's right in the middle of stream time. I don't know why. Murphy's Law, maybe? I don't know. But it's like I could move the stream, or I could just take that day and do off-stream stuff, which I did. So I've been working off-stream on a series of YouTube videos that I have on this other to-do list, which I can't show you because it's got other... It's not meant to show on stream, but basically I'm making a YouTube... I originally thought it would be like a 6-video YouTube series, but it's probably going to be more like 2 or 3, covering sockets and TCP/IP. So, but working on that on the side. So I can give you a sneak peek at the code. It's this socket tutorial I've been working on. Basically trying to strip down the socket code I have to its bare essentials so that I can step through it and then it makes sense to people. So, for example, Datagram socket, something that sends a datagram. It's going to use a small class called Datagram socket, and it has basically it's going to illustrate how do you bind a socket, and then how do you run an event loop, a simple event loop that handles sending and receiving of datagrams. And then when you send a message, you can get a callback when it's been sent, and the Datagram socket itself would... So this is raw code. I haven't cleaned it up yet. Let me find out where the bind is. Here's bind. So it's to create a socket and then fill in an address and bind it to the socket. And then that event loop starts up. There's a helper class that runs the event loop, and it depends on 2 delegates. One to see, are we ready to send something, and then a callback when the socket is ready to be used. And the socket ready is the main part of the event loop, because we try to receive datagrams and then we try to send, and trying to receive is calling receive from, and we handle the if it would block or not, or if it's an error. And if we get data, we call that on receive callback I mentioned a little bit ago. And trying to send is the reciprocal. So if you don't have anything in your queue, you don't need to do anything. Otherwise, you fill in an address and you use it to send the packet or the datagram to someone. And then you handle if the operation would block, or if it's an error, or if it was actually sent. So usually there's 3 outcomes of trying to use the socket. You're either able successfully to send or receive something, or you got an error, and the error could be that the operation would have blocked if you didn't have the socket in non-blocking mode. And the other kind of error is, something broke. And so, yeah, usually 3 different kinds of errors there. Oh, what else to show? Not really that much. There's a connection-oriented equivalent of that, which has a similar on socket ready, where you try to read and write. And read is just receive instead of receive from, and write is a send instead of a send to. And so instead of a list of datagrams, you have a buffer. And when you write data out of the buffer, you might have written the whole thing, so pop the buffer, or you might just need to write the rest of it the next time. So, I have examples on how do you do a server socket. So how do you do a listen? And then its equivalent of a socket being ready is you try to accept a new connection. And it has a similar thing where it could be an error. It could be that it would have blocked to call accept, or it could be that you got a new socket. And a client socket is in reverse. So instead of listening, you do connect, which establishes a connection to a server. So I still need to clean that up a bit. It's hard to get the code completely clean because socket programming is kind of complicated, especially when you do event loops. So event loops for sockets can be different. If it's on Windows, the way I chose to do it was with WSA event select, so that in the loop itself, you do a wait for multiple objects. So you're either waiting on the socket to be ready or for a user event. And the user event could be you need to wake up because there's a new datagram to send, or it could be that there's more data in the buffer now to send, or it could be that we want the loop to shut down. And then the POSIX equivalent of that, which I completely haven't even tested on the compiler, instead of event select, you do select. And but you still have a user event handle for waking up the select if you need to try to write, or if there's if you want it to shut it down. So yeah, I need to clean this up and pull it together and kind of walk through it with at least one video, probably more than one, because there's a lot of little details, like the fact that in Windows, I'm being raided by Irish John. The fact that in Windows, this WSA event select has a side effect of putting your socket into non-blocking mode, but since we don't use that in POSIX, I have to manually put it into non-blocking mode. Yar, Irish John, how you be doing? How are you matey? You scurvy dog. Just going over some rough draft code for YouTube socket intro video I'm going to be making. I also have a bunch of pretty slides. Would you guys like to see a live preview of some slides? I don't actually know if I can pull this off, because I have to swap which monitor I'm showing. There's nothing secret on that monitor. Let's go. Let's do it. You guys tell me if it's good or not. This will be a trial run. All right. So this is the title page. Now let me move. Let me do it this way. I will hide both screens. Move this over here. Hit the presentation button, and then go to presentation mode. Look at that. Ooh, presentation mode. We don't see chat for a while. And then let me know if these slides make sense to you guys, or you can tell me if you have any feedback. Where'd my cursor go? All right, so we're talking about the internet protocol, right? So this first slide is meant to be like for basically anyone. It doesn't require knowledge of computers really, or how protocols work or any of that. I even had Mrs. Reimer look at it to make sure like that she got at least something out of it when she looked at it. So you have your application, that's us down there in the bottom left, and then we have their application, that's them. We want to send them something, right? We have our computer's network stack and their computer's network stack, and there's this scary internet between them, right? This scary internet. This is what we want to send. a datagram or a packet is just a small piece of information that you want to send from one computer to another. To send it, we pass it up to our own transport layer, which attaches port numbers in the form of headers to that packet. And then that gets sent up to the network layer, which attaches IP addresses to that packet, which then allows it to be sent across that scary internet to the receiver, whose network layer pulls off the address and says, yes, that's for us, and then goes up to the transport layer and says, well, whose port is that? It goes for that receiver app. Receiver app gets it. They said hello. It worked. Okay. That's the first slide. So that's just basically to introduce the concept of protocol stacks and how a message gets from one place to another with headers attached to datagram packets. So introducing some of the terminology and some of the, in a rough sense, how the mechanics work. You have to first send your information through your own computer's protocol stack, which allows it to get like stuff attached to it in order to get sent. Kind of like putting a letter in an envelope and stamping it and then putting it through the mail. And the receiver has to open the envelope and then, you know, pull the letter out and finally get their message, right? It's a very similar concept. So hopefully you guys let me know what that slide stands alone. So we're going to move on to the next topic. Topic number 2 is fragmentation and reassembly. Similar thing here. We have the sender and receiver, and we have the datagram we wish to send. But it's too big. Your packets must be this small to pass through my network. Instead of being this tall to write, it has to be this small to pass through, right? So what do? We take our datagram and we split it up into 5 little datagrams. And we then pass it through the network. Network says, okay, those are small enough to pass through. The receiver then gets them and has to reassemble them into the original datagram for receiving. That's essentially it. Something that is a large message has to be broken up, and it's called fragmentation. The receiver has to do the reassembly. If at any point one of those fragments gets lost, oh well, have to retransmit the whole thing. Or if you have, I guess, a protocol that can assist in retransmission, or maybe a router could do it, you could resend the fragments that were lost if you knew which ones they were. Typically, though, you would just resend. It would time out, and you have to resend the whole thing again. All right, and then the next slide is just going into more detail. I'm just going to whip through this really quick. My intention here is to like talk through, you know, even though it might not be understandable by someone non-technical, for the technically minded who want to see a little bit more, I would just say, well, here's the version number that tells you it's IP version 4, and here's where they store the IP addresses. Type of service is used to like set quality requirements on the packet, and that's maybe more obscure or not commonly known. Time to live is like to set so the packet will not bounce around in the internet forever. If it can't get to its destination, it'll eventually be dropped. And checksums are used to detect maybe 99% of packet errors. You can't catch all of them, but you catch most of them there. And then options are used to like do security and other enhancements to this network layer. And the rest of it is all minutia, not really that interesting. We go into the next slide. So I had fun making this slide. This is to demonstrate what does best effort delivery mean. It means there's no delivery or delivery guarantee, nor is there a guarantee you'll get things in order. So let's say we've sent 5 packets. Strange things can happen on the internet. Oh, what happened there? A mischievous server blew away one of our packets. Only 4 packets arrived, but you see they're actually out of order. Some of them went through different routes or maybe got held up, and they arrived at the receiver out of order. So there you go. I can't watch chat at the moment. You guys let me know when I get to the end of the presentation. Then I'm going to go into UDP and talk about how it's super simple. That's it. Yep. It's just port numbers, essentially, that lets you route those datagrams we've been talking about so far all the way to end applications. So they're not just to be used by the TCP protocol, for example. Will use packets internally, but you don't really see them. Here with UDP, you get to see the whole packet because it's just your packet plus a port number on each side. Then TCP, these are maybe a little bit more rough slides because there's a lot more detail and a lot more technical stuff that is not as approachable. But the gist of this I want to get across is that TCP is about sending a byte stream. So I have that hello, comma, world, dot, dot, dot. So it's like a string of bytes or characters. Then how TCP's job is to split them up into packets, what they call segments, attach headers onto them to accomplish two main things, which is guarantee of order and guarantee of delivery. So it's solving that problem with that tricky router in the middle. It's blowing away our packets, right? With sequence numbers and acknowledgments, we can detect if a segment was lost and then know when to retransmit it. And the receiver, using the sequence numbers, knows what order to arrange the packets it receives to reconstruct that byte stream. So essentially, in a nutshell, what TCP does. Of course, there's a ton of details under the hood. The intent for this intro video is not to cover all the gory details, but kind of give people just a gist of what it's for. At the goal would be at the end of this, you know that UDP is just raw packets with port numbers attached. TCP is just turning packets into a byte stream and making it so that they're in the correct order and that you have retransmissions. It's essentially the most important things you need to know about TCP, right? And then this is sort of a scary slide talking about how we're trying to introduce a little bit of the concepts of state in TCPs, the fact that you can't just spontaneously do an ad hoc sending of packets. You have to actually establish a connection from one client to a server, and then that connection has a lifetime. So if one side were to close the connection, you go to a different state, and you might have to reconnect, right? And this is not even the complete diagram. I just stripped it down to the states essential to what are the steady states, which are on and off, and what are the transition states in between. So the red ones, the pentagrams, are the off steady states, close and time wait, right? And then I will say, well, time wait is just the same as close, only it's like you're on hold, because if we let you close, there might be some ambiguity if you reopen really quickly. So you close to let things settle. And I'm not even going to go into the details of why. It's just using the colors and the shapes to describe that a TCP socket enclosed or timed wait, either way, it means that it's closed. And then the green established in the middle is the happy state, where you're connected from client to server and you're exchanging data. The blue rectangles are the half open states, where one end is ready to go and the other one is done or not yet ready to go. So, for example, the listen state is where a server is waiting for connections. It's open for business, but no one's connected yet. And then the fin wait 1 and close wait states are where you can either receive only or send only, because one side is closed and the other one's still open. It's the half open state, which is allowed in TCP. And then the ovals, actually maybe I should pick a different shape for this. I'm trying to avoid making the color alone be showing the difference. But anyway, the oval ones, which are both blue and green, are the transitionary states, where you are doing a handshake. Like the SYN received means you've received this SYN, which is a synchronization request, basically a request to connect, but you haven't yet received the acknowledgement of your response to that, which is the ACK. So, and then SYN sent is the other way, where you are trying to connect to a server. You've sent your synchronization request, but you haven't yet received the ACK and the response synchronization. So anyway, you get it. It's super complicated. I probably won't spend nearly as much time when I do the real presentation, but I felt you guys probably know more, so dump more onto you. So then, similar kind of thing with TCP, where I go through the headers. There's the port numbers. There's the sequence number acknowledgement numbers I was just sort of glossing over there, that let you get the packets in the correct order and know when you need to retransmit them. And then there's this, I'll introduce this concept of the window, where you can basically flow control. You can say, oh, whoa, we've received too many packets, so we got to slow down, because our application is slow, is written by Microsoft, and so we need to wait until it's consumed those packets before you send us any more. And then later it would retransmit, or it would transmit a new packet with an window update saying, okay, you can pass more packets to us now. And then the push flag, which is used to say, okay, you got to deliver all the data you've received to your application. Please do it now, because it's got like a prompt and we needed them to see it before we can continue. And there's more stuff in there, but intro video, not going to go into all the gory detail, right? And then finally we get to the final goal, which is to talk about sockets. This is what Gadam wanted to see. So the fact that a socket is the API for all this junk that we've been talking about so far, and that this is how you create one, the socket function. You say what address, or it used to be that the addressing and protocol families were separate, but now they're pretty much the same. So if you pick an addressing family, INET, which is IPv4, you're also selecting the protocol family that goes with that. And then the type basically tells you, do you want a stream of bytes or do you want datagrams? And then you can also give a hint for exactly what protocol you want, but I typically just leave it at 0 to pick the default. And then I'm going to go through, here are the APIs when you're going to use connections. So when you want to connect as a client to a server, use connect, right? If you're a server wanting to receive connections, you use listen and accept. Either way, though, once you got a connection going, you use send and receive. You know, it makes sense, right? You want to send bytes or packets, receive bytes or packets, same thing. And then shutdown is how you do that half open state that not very many people know or realize it's there, where you say, okay, I'm done either sending or receiving, but I'm still open to the opposite. Like, I'm done writing, but I'm still reading. And then the same thing for datagrams. It's a lot simpler because there's no connection state. It's basically you can either send or receive, right? And then the address is baked into the function call because there's no connection. You can send to Joe, and then you can send to Mary, and using the same socket, doesn't matter. And receive from, you don't know who you're going to receive a packet from, so along with the data, you get the address. And then because I've been throwing around these socket addresses, I want to have a slide to go into like what is an address for a socket. And that's how, when the very first slide, how I talked about the protocol stack has to attach port numbers and addresses. It does this through the binding or the name of a socket. Binding, name, same thing, is basically saying, for this socket, I want it to be on this port number associated with this IP address, that kind of thing. And then if once you connect a socket, you can get the address of the other end or the name of the other side similarly. And then there's one final, I think I have two last slides here. One is, this is miscellaneous. So socket options, if you need to set like special modes, like there's a mode called linger. What do you do with the data that you have given the protocol stack that they haven't actually sent yet, but you told the socket to close? Do you want us to try to keep sending that, or do you want us to just give it up, right? That's the linger option. And then like reuse address is when you want to have the same socket or the same port number be used by multiple sockets. So kind of these weird edge cases. But if you ever run into like the need for this, you would know, okay, let's look to see if there's a socket option for that thing, whatever. And then the non-blocking modes. So just a little blurb. And when we transition to showing my code, I'll mention something like, all my code is showing the non-blocking style because I favor that approach. It allows us to share the same thread for multiple sockets if we wanted to, and generally event-driven is better than blocking, in my opinion. But because other people have different opinions, you could also do the same code in a blocking style. You just wouldn't, you would just set the mode on your socket accordingly. And that is basically it. So flipping back to this and ending the show and putting my OBS back. Let me catch up on chat. Hold on. Do I have which of these is the right display? That is the correct display. Okay, did I get any chat while I was presenting? Hey there, Iceblock. Sounds like a postie at the I don't know what that means, but hello. DK09, hi. You have doubt in Python. Please reply if you are familiar with Python. Yes, I am familiar with Python. What can I help you with, DK09? I didn't get any more comments. What did you guys think about the slides? It wasn't any chat on screen. Yeah, I was in that presentation mode. That's the mode I'm going to use when I record for the video, and of course it's going to be off stream, so there's not going to be any chat. So I have the scene set up with no chat. That's why you didn't see chat for a while. Anyway, if you guys, hey there, Cloudhawk, I didn't see your hi. Guys, let me know what you think, either in chat, or you can also tell me in Discord. Those slides, barring any feedback, those slides are going to be it. I'm just going to need to record them and pretty it up and produce it for YouTube. And then another video probably to cover the code that I have to show it in more detail. So my thought was at least 2 videos. one for people who just want to see an introduction but don't really care about the code, just to know what a socket is and what a TCP connection is. And then another video, or at least one, if they actually want to program in C or C++ with it and they want to see example code. So one more geared towards non-technical, and the second one geared totally technical people. Look good to you? I'm glad. Glad you think so. So I'm doing these YouTube videos on the side for a variety of reasons. One is that, for example, Goddam has given a lot of gift subs in my channel, and he asked for, like, if I had any videos or any guidance on how to do socket programming. I said, you know, I could actually make a couple of videos on that. And he was all for that, so I decided I'll go for that. The other reason is from time to time I just collect information, and I like to give it back to people in some way. And I used to do this at my last job too. Every once in a while I would have like a presentation where I would show the rest of the group some new library or some programming technique or language or something, and just to share it with other people who might not have had the time or inclination to go figure it out on their own, and you know, just want maybe just an intro to see if it's something that they care about, or to get more information about how to start looking at something. So I enjoy doing those, and figured that I would enjoy it if even now in the form of YouTube videos, whereas before it would just be for a closed audience. And yeah, that's basically it. I'm not gonna put them in Udemy and charge for them. Probably I'm just gonna keep them on YouTube. If anything, I'll just enable the monetization, so there might be some ads, but it's not going to be like through a hard paywall where you have to pay $20. At least not yet, you know. All right, back to work, I guess. That was just describing the side project I'm working on, and it also, if I don't stream from time to time, it's probably because I'm working on one of those videos or doing some other work that I can't like do interactively because I have to do a lot of the work on that PowerPoint was, you know, getting refamiliarized with PowerPoint to do animations was intense. I don't know if I could have done that while talking with chat at the same time. Okay, so on to, I'm going to move the zone information from my game to a SQL database. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, my game is not yet loaded because I need to run the server. Hold on. Serve, please. Pardon the delay while I get the server up and running. Let's reload now. Oh, do I have to do the key thing? I have to do the key thing. Advanced, proceed to unsave, and then reload. Teaching the raw sockets is a bad idea. It reveals low-level flaws like blocking and e-enter. Okay. What about just the overall concept of what TCP/IP is? Like the first half of the PowerPoint slides just covers like what datagrams are and fragmentation and port numbers and addresses. I think that's probably okay, right? Let's do the DB dance. Hey there, Ann Perry. And Windy Mindy, hello, by the way. Yeah, so this is my game. So if you're not familiar with my stream, there's a little intro, and you can actually try out the... There's no content for this game yet, but you can try out some of the mechanics of the engine by going to the game's website. And today I'm working on moving the game's data. So I've been working on this for a couple weeks. Let me show you what the game's data actually looks like. Put it in a buffer here that we will keep off to the side of the game so it doesn't get overwritten. So even in the... oh, that was weird. Did not copy the whole file? No, it's like it got cut off at the end. Let's try that again. That worked that time. All right. All right, so right now my game it's multiplayer and there's a lot of data. And the most of the data is in the entity component system. That stores everything from the fact that there's George here in the game. Did his name get cut off? Ooh, his nameplate is at the wrong depth or something. That's a weird bug. The fact that this NPC is walking around and these other NPCs are, and then we have ground and floors and water and a tree here. It covers everything from that to the fact that there are certain players in the game and they're in different places in the world and they have certain items in their inventory. The fact that this box here has another box inside of it with chicken inside of that, and there's a sorted, all of this is stored in the entity component system. It is the vast majority of the data. We were going well with JSON being the format for the data for the longest time, but now it's getting to the point, it's growing to the point where it's a burden on the server whenever it has to construct and load these snapshot images, which are the persistent storage of the information on disk, right? And so again, the vast majority of the data being in the entity component system, I've chosen to try to take this information and make it fit into a SQL database schema and essentially remove it from the JSON and store it into a database instead. So if I accomplish that, this would be gone and we would just be left with, I don't know, maybe like instead of 11,500 lines, it would be more like 700 lines, which is probably okay. But even if that's not okay, I can also take these other elements and pull them out and put them to the database also. So my entity component system stores all the information about the game split along different dimensions, which are trying to align with what are the different kinds of entities or things in the game. So for example, a door in the game will have a door component in which we store the fact that it's open or closed, if it's locked or not, and how to change the door if you open it or close it. And another example might be an item. So an item in the game has a name, a type, and a quantity, and it could have other things too. And actually, now that I think about it, I think I forgot some of the things for item. I might need to revisit item. Hold on. Let me make a note for that. I might have to revisit that. Double check that all item elements were migrated properly. I just thought of like, what about the note field for an item? That might not have gotten in there. But anyway, you can see how this might change to a database table. These entity references are present on every component. They're kind of like the primary key. They say which entity this component is attached to. So this could be a column primary key entity, right? And then the other columns here might be the maximum quantity, the name, the quantity, and the type of the item. So that fits really well into a table. Something that might not fit as well could be, let's see, what was one that didn't fit so well? A player, I guess. So if you look at a player in the game, we have their level, their number of skill points they have, their number of experience points. So those fit into columns of a table really well. But here's something that doesn't fit so well, their items list. We could store this as one blob in a column, but I think a better way to do this would be have a secondary table which has, it's basically a one-to-many relationship. For one player, we have many items, and we also need to remember which items are in what slots, because if we just let this be unordered, then when you're finished playing the game one day and you log in the second day in the game, you'll be like, who scrambled all the items in my bags? How come they're all out of order? So we store the player, the slot number, and the item in that slot in a one-to-many lookup table. What do them batch and command files do? A lot of them are deployment scripts. So like this wdeploy copies the front end of the game to S3. I forget what the doit command. Oh, that's just nuking the game state, staging a new one, and serving. I haven't done that in a long time. I usually do the updater vs. So it's basically copying all the files that are needed at runtime by the game and putting them into a stage directory. And then the serve is just running the game's orchestrator to start the game server, backend server. Those are just like helper scripts for me to do day-to-day things. Most of them I don't use anymore. I think I use updater, I use serve, and I use deploy the most. Yeah. Nuking, yeah, exactly. You know what nuke does? Is it just says, if the directory exists, remove it. Had to use that more when we were first constructing the game, where the the runtime files of the game would get corrupted because of bugs, and haven't needed to do that because it's been pretty stable. So basically been able to persist the same test environment for now for, I think, maybe like half a year at least. Hey there, Cat Peasant. And hey, they're not sure, of course. Of course you're not sure. I don't blame you. All right, so anyway, I gave the long spiel about what I'm doing. Some of these component types have been migrated to the database and others haven't. I've basically gone along the lines of each component type is a separate work effort to get into the database, and I have check off here which ones have been put into the database and which haven't. So I can show you one view of that, so to speak, by showing you the entity component systems tests where we have the schema right now. And for example, here's the item table, right, that we were talking about before. Again, the entity is the primary key, and then we have all the fields that could be in the item. And it looks like I do have note in there, which is good. But I still need to double or triple check that I didn't miss anything for item. I have a sinking feeling I missed something. And then the more complicated component type might be player, where we have all of these easy fields, even though there are a lot of them. And then I have to have 4 auxiliary tables. So the inventory I talked about. Players also have equipment slots, which are like inventory slots, except for they also have a type field. So to make sure that we don't put your armor on your foot and your sword on your head. This makes sure that the type has to match the kind of item in order to fit in the slot. And then quests are a whole nother deal. You could be on many quests. You might have completed some quests. And another player might be on the same quest. So there needs to be essentially a many-to-many table here to go from entity, which is the player, to the quest, which is another entity, actually. And to record how many times has that player completed that quest, and how much progress towards completing the quest is that player on for that quest. So I have made tables for everything except for these last 7 that aren't checked off yet, and these are the most complicated. And I'm going to do them in order of what I think is the easiest. Save the worst for last, I think. Zone is, I think, what I'm going to tackle next. Zone was just a little bit strange. Let me go back to here and look at what Zone had in it. What makes Zone weird is it has this inner table for the NPC spawn list. So this says which NPCs spawn in this zone, and what's the frequency? What's the probability of trying to spawn an NPC whenever it's time to try to spawn something? So if it was 1.0, that means every time we schedule to spawn an NPC, we're always going to spawn this one. If it's 0, that means we're never going to spawn that type of NPC. If it's half, it's like, well, a 50% chance that whenever the spawner script runs, it'll try to spawn an NPC of that type. So it kind of controls how quickly the monsters of that type respawn in that zone. And so this being an inner table, a one-to-many again, because for every zone, there will be potentially many different classes of NPCs with different probabilities of spawning. That'll have to be an inner table, whereas the ambient light level and the name of the zone are simple elements. Hey there, Meridia. All right, so let's get to it. The order of events is to make a test fixture for this, because I use test-driven development, and I have not been doing my commands often enough. I like to make tests first, especially for the back end, and we'll make the test sort of reflect the use case. In this case, the use case is that we persist that to a database, right? And get the test where it's assembled correctly, and then compiling and linking and all that, and then I run it to make sure it fails, because we haven't written the code to make it pass yet, and make the code to make the test pass. Why am I not using foreign key? Because I don't know what foreign key means yet at Giga Games. My level of database expertise is noob class 3. Probably you're right that I will want to modify this schema to make this a foreign key, but I don't know enough about what a foreign key means to do that yet. I know that this works. It's maybe not the most efficient. My limited understanding of the foreign key is it places a constraint between one table and another, so this would maybe place a constraint between the association of players to quests and maybe a quest table somewhere else. And also, I suspect that if a foreign key will allow this to be indexed quicker, but I don't need those right now. I just need this works functionally for what we need. We're not even doing selects on the database yet. So I'm mostly concerned with getting step 1 done right now, which is that we do creates, deletes, and updates correctly. We're only writing to the database to make sure it gets a parallel copy with what's in the JSON. When I get to step 2, where we're dropping the JSON entirely and we're doing selects on the database too, then I might need to do the foreign key stuff if it's required to do fetches, but maybe not. And in that case, I might postpone doing the foreign key, like understanding how that works, until later when I do optimization to make sure it's fast enough. I figure we can always run migration scripts, and I'm mostly interested, like my typical order of DevOps is to make things work first and then make them right and then make them fast. And if foreign key constraint stuff fits into categories 2 or 3, I'm not too worried about getting it done at first. I just want to make it functional at first. So yeah, foreign key means that a column points to another table. Make a foreign key. So if you try to push a quest with a player ID that isn't yeah, but my code wouldn't ever do that though, unless it was a bug. So I have to ask myself, do I want my database to be catching bugs? I would rather that my unit tests catch bugs. Sure, it's a nice extra layer of security to have the database also test for bugs, but it's not my front line of defense for bugs. That's the unit tests. If, let's say, I don't have that foreign key constraint, and we try to push the quest, it'll create a row even if the player doesn't exist, right? How would we detect that that didn't work? Probably we were trying to put in a row there because a player did turn on or activate a quest or complete a quest. So we would know that there's a bug after the fact by the side effect of that the player couldn't pick up the quest or couldn't complete the quest or whatnot. And then my usual attack mode is to then make a unit test to cover that exact bug use case and then solve it there. So having the database check the constraint, it's maybe extra icing on the cake for me, but not essential. But I don't want to discount what you're saying. In situations where the database really is either the only way you can detect bugs or you need the database to always prevent bugs, then I would agree. And maybe that's what I end up doing, just because it would be, if it's just as easy as me putting in I already closed it, didn't I? Let's open it again. If it's as easy as putting like a couple words in here, like foreign key, I don't know the syntax, right? But if that's all I need to do, I'll probably do it, right? Why not, right? Because it's easy. But since I don't know it enough, I haven't internalized that knowledge, I haven't played with it enough, I'm not confident enough to do it yet. So I probably will do it later though. And I've completely over-explained that, probably. My apologies for over-explaining. It's something I tend to do. I want to make a unit test fixture for this. Let's take door and copy it and call it zone. This decision requires 2 detailed scenarios at this point. What if you want to remove a quest? You have to decide what happens to the rows and other tables. Do they delete and cascade? Oh, I'm dropping some frames. I dropped 95 frames. Oh no. You have to decide what happens to the rows and other tables. Do they delete and cascade? And you still need to validate all the data. We'll skip this for now. Good to know. Yeah, see, I wouldn't know that because so I don't feel comfortable jumping and not knowing all what I'm doing. Push that check the database will help find that bug. You can easily find what happened. If someone tells you I can't accept the quest, how will you find out what's going on? Right now, what I would do is if someone says they can't accept the quest, I would just try it myself and then set up a unit test that does exactly what they did. And probably, if I could reproduce the bug, then I've caught the bug. That's the most important thing to me. Reproduce the bug. If I can do that, then I can study it and fix it. And then I wouldn't need the database to find it for me anymore. Yeah, but yeah, Giga Games, you're probably right. If it's as easy as adding that, then I'll probably do that. Right now, we're still constructing the schema. I don't even have the schema. Only exists right now in the test fixtures. There's no actual database migration scripts yet to actually make this for real. Maybe that's the point at which I would do that foreign key stuff, is when I'm actually making the real database. Right now it's all kind of prep work to get it ready to be created. Because we have to have the create statements to create the data in the first place. And I don't even have the create statements done for every category yet. All right, this is zone. It contains the unit tests of the ECS that have to do with persisting in an SQL database. All, we're going to say, all top level information about the zones of the game. There we go. Okay, and so I have a test to make sure we can destroy an entity, create an entity, and update an entity. So a lot of this is the same. So like destroy, it doesn't matter what was in there, as long as when we tell it to destroy it, then when we go back to the database and count the number of rows matching an entity, we expect to have 0. Hey there, Mud Ribbit. How are you today? Create, we're going to be creating a zone through the ECS and making sure that we can get the same information back from the database later. So let me try to make this look like a proper zone. We're going to have light, name, and spawn list. And if I did this right, I should have keys for this. Yeah, zone. I only have name, I don't have light. Wow, okay. Orc den. Why not? So I guess I don't have a key for light, I just have to put it in here directly. 3, why not? And I don't have a key for NPCs either, I'm bad. So this inner one is going to be a JSON array. Like that. I'm glad you're enjoying a lovely sunny day. My day is not sunny, but it's a nice temperature. I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. Okay. Yeah, so this, again, this NPC array, it's the array of which kinds of NPCs spawn in this zone and what's the probability of trying to spawn one every time the spawner script runs. So I suppose we'll just, since it's a one-to-many, we should probably have 2 entries here. And now, did I make a key for this field? That's the question. I did not. I have one for dialog choice, but that's just coincidentally also CH. So it's just going to be CH here. 0.5, why not? And then, oh, this is an array of JSON objects, so this has to be a JSON object. All right. And then this key is what? Class 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then let's have another row. Let's have like there's a rare spawning type of monster, 77. He's really hard to find. In fact, he's so hard to find it's 1% chance of spawning him. Hey there, 2H Strike. Haven't seen you around in a while. You ever thought about writing some parts of the project in Rust? Like the server, for example? I don't know Rust. But I do know that Primogen hates Rust. So much so that he made that emote. That's on my list of things to play around with at some point. And I actually found a note the other day that if I ever on stream start playing around with Rust, the first one to know is 715209. You love Rust? I actually don't really know if Primogen secretly likes Rust and just likes to make fun of it, or if he hates Rust, and that's... I don't really know. Some days I think that maybe he just has fun with Rust, but secretly loves it. I don't know anything about Rust. I have a few friends on Twitch who are either using Rust or they're learning how to use it. So maybe sometime. But yeah, since I don't know it, I'm not using it right now. A lot of people evangelize it, which probably annoys people quite a bit, I guess. The other thing that people like to evangelize, I've learned, is WebAssembly. That seems to be pretty evangelical. Is that the right word? A lot of people have come into the stream and asked me if I've looked into or thought about WebAssembly. I'm like, I don't know WebAssembly. Maybe one day. It sounds cool. It's definitely put it on my list. If someone says that they really enjoy something that I don't know, I'll put it on my list of things to look into when I have some time. Or if I'm like curious, like I wake up one day and say, yeah, I feel like looking at something new. Let me look through my list of viewer suggested new things I don't know about. Oh, look, there's Rust, there's WebAssembly. What do I feel like doing today? That's probably when I'll pick up one of those things. I did a little bit of Google searching about Rust because one thing I was curious about is is Rust a truly compiled language? Like, do you have a compiler that turns the source code into object code that is linked to make machine language programs, or is it like a Java or a Python where it's compiled to a bytecode and needs a virtual machine to execute it? If it's truly compiled, then my next question is, how easy or difficult is it to have a multi-language environment? Because, I'm never going to give up C++, but I'd be willing to pick up Rust if I was able to mix C++ with it. If I made a new library in Rust, could I use it for my C++ programs? And conversely, could I make a Rust program that uses my C++ libraries? Depending on how easy or difficult that was, that'll probably determine for me whether or not I would continue using it. If Rust is really easy to interwork with C++, sure, sounds good. I'll make my next library in Rust. Some platforms Rust uses the very same backend. There you go. So it sounds promising. Maybe I'll bump up the priority of my Rust learning. I do have that note there. I thought it was sort of amusing. I was looking through my notes, and I think I looked up Rust, and I saw, oh, someone mentioned Rust on these different days, right? And one of them was, where is it? Okay, how come I don't see it now? What's up with my search? Oh, there it is. Reminder, when starting to learn Rust, 715209 must be the first to know. I said this last October. So, yeah, I thought that was funny. So if I ever do start doing Rust on screen, I have to actually personally message him directly and say, I'm fulfilling my agreement that you will be the first to know. All right, anyway, these are the two classes of NPCs in our orc den that will spawn at different probabilities. And we want to make sure that when that's created through our entity component system, it gets written to a database that we can pull later. The columns here, I think we'll just keep it simple. It'll be light and light and name. And I need to make sure the entities are the same. They're both 42. All right. Okay, and then at the second level, hold on. I need to make sure these numbers are the same. Column 1 will be the number 3. So that's an integer. And you guys can't see that, so I'm going to fold that so you can see it. Integer, see that? And then the next one was the name. So that needs to be a string equal orc den for const char star, and that's text. Okay, and then the next level table will be the same entity, and it's chance and class from zone NPCs, where entity is some number, and we can order by class. Or we can order by chance. Hey there, Resubaka. How are you doing today? Okay, expected columns. One's a real number and another one's an integer, right? So we'll have double for the chance and int max t for the class. All right, so expected columns, we will have, if we ordered by chance, then it goes from least to greatest, right? So it would be 0.01 and class 77. And the second one was 0.5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Yep. Okay, so that's what we expect to get out. So for this, there are 2 columns to bind, not 4. The first one is going to be the chance. So we need to interpret it as a double and say we prefer to read it out as a real number. And the second one's going to be an integer. So that's expect. I can't use the word class in C++. We'll use class entity. class entity, and that's int maxT. And I'm also shifting out the loop number if any of these expectations fail. All right, and then destroy is simple. Set is where we do an update. So I'm going to copy the setup here. Migration is doing all right, Resubaka. Thank you for asking. The list of component types are here, and the ones that are checked off are done. So I have 7 left out of 23. They are the most complex of them. Zone isn't too bad. Trigger requires a redesign of trigger, I think. And then these ones are going to be quite a bit of work because they are complex. They're complicated. But I need to get through them in order to get all of the data into SQLite so that I can basically obsolete the JSON equivalent. And then I need to go through all of these again to do the select, right? So I'm doing step 1 right now. We're only doing create, update, delete. Step 2, we're going to be doing selects and drop the JSON. I don't think that select will be so bad. The hardest part right now for these 7 tables are coming up with the right schema and also the right machinery in the game engine to convert between the JSON and the schema and SQL. That's the toughest part that I've found so far. Okay, so that's our component, right? Is there. So set is another word for update, and what we're doing here is we're going to create an initial zone, and then we're going to make changes to it to make sure that it does the correct update SQL statements to modify the database so that when we move it, what we get back out is actually correct. So I'm going to take the original expectations from the create and copy them to the update test, and we're going to modify them to add some updates. So what do we want to do? Let's change the ambient light level from 3 to 0. We'll put the lights out because it's supposed to be dark in the orc den, right? And then let's increase the chance of spawning that rare. So that's NPC 1 chance. We'll make it 0.05 or something. And let's remove this class entirely and put a new one in. So basically I'm engineering here an update for an element in one table, an update for an element in another table, and then a remove and then an add. So the remove would be to remove this class entirely, right? So that would be, actually, if we do the remove first, then we're affecting index 0 when we get to that point, right? Component, NPC, remove 0. Remove this class entirely, then go to this class, which is now at index 0, and modify its chance. And then we're going to add another class. So add an object. And it has a new, whoops, I clicked page down by accident. It has a new class and chance. So let's make this, I don't know, 0.1, class 88. And then basically update that same component. I need to make sure the entity number is the same. This one, it's 523. There we go, I fixed it. All right, so the light should now be 0. We didn't change the name. There will be still 2 rows. One's now 0.1, which is a new one we added, 88. And then the one we updated, it's 0.05. Actually, that goes first, doesn't it? Because we're still ordering by chance. And that reference was 77. So that's what we expect now. Okay, so make sure, okay, I didn't add this to the make file. I use CMake. Whenever I add a new file, I have to go into the CMake list and add it. It's one burden of using CMake, which I'm okay with, because it's just that now I'm done. Some people like build systems that just automatically figure out what your source files are. I like the other features of CMake, and I don't mind that it has this burden of I have to explicitly list all my source files. It's not too bad. Also gives me a chance to see how many source files I have and say, I have too many source files in this library. I should probably refactor this at some point. All right, now I'm going to use the test runner. I'm going to make sure my tests all fail correctly. Actually, not before I do that, I've already realized I forgot something. I didn't add the test schema. We need 2 tables in the schema, right? Hey, atomic nibble. How are things at the atomic nibble level today? All right, 2 tables, right? There's zone and zone NPCs. This one had name and light level, right? Light, which was an integer. Okay, and the NPCs had chance, which was a real number. And it had class, which was an integer. So there you go. There's our schema. They're 4 bits wide. That's good. I watched a little bit of Bob Martin video yesterday that CM Griffin was playing on his stream, and it went through the history of computers. And I actually hadn't seen that particular Uncle Bob video. And it talked about how in the really old days, like we're talking the 1950s, 1960s, computers didn't have the concept of bytes. So some of the early computers, their word size would be like 22 bits. So it wasn't always 8 bits, 1632. And those bits could be in very exotic forms, like CRT tubes and mercury delay switches. It's very interesting, actually. He just reminded me of that, saying how atomically they're 4 bits wide today. CMake has file glob. Yeah, but if you look at the documentation for the file glob, they tell you don't use it. You remember seeing that documentation page? Maybe not. That's the wrong search term. All right. CMake glob. Glob. Oh, it's matching too many things. Where are we going to find this? You know, CMake manual isn't the best. You hate CMake? I have a love-hate relationship with CMake. I love how it, once I get it set up, it's just automatically builds my make files. And I only had to add 1 line to incorporate this new file, right? I only had to add this 1 line. But yeah, the initial setup and the documentation, yeah, they could use some improvement. I think they will find this under functions, right? Functions or generators? No, not generators. It takes 1/5 of the time. I looked into Premake a little bit, and I was attracted by the fact that it used Lua, but I didn't look into it enough. Is it variables? No, it's not variables. I'll find it. We'll find it. I thought they were like, oh, is it expressions? No, this isn't it, is it? It's close. It's probably not here. Let me do the next best thing, or probably a better thing, which is to Google search it, CMake glob. Right, it's the file command. Or is it? Yeah, here it is. We do not. Let's see, make sure that you guys can read that. We do not recommend using glob to collect a list of source files to your source tree. If no CMake files list changes when a source is added or removed, then the generate build system cannot know when to ask CMake to regenerate. So for a while, actually, with CMake, I used glob, and then I was criticized at my last job for doing it, saying, don't you know that the manual says that they don't recommend using it, and this is the shortcoming? And I'm like, okay, fine. The other reason I don't use glob is sometimes I work with projects where they mix in source files that you don't want to build all the time. And so it sort of convinced me that for this reason, and the fact that I do work with some projects where they have files that are supposed to not be built, that we explicitly list the files. Also, it just seems like better discipline to be explicit in your definition of your project to list your source files. and not to say, yeah, whatever you find there, just build it. But thank you, Giga Games. That was the same link. Thank you very much. Yeah, so I know about the glob. I don't use it because of those two reasons, but that's just me. Personal preference, right? I'm all for everybody using things that they like. That works for them. All right, did I build this thing? It did. Okay, so let's run it. Cool. This is what I expect. Destroy works because create didn't work. Create didn't work because it didn't find the right results in the database. But we didn't have any problem running the SQL statements. We just didn't get any results from them. So that's next. Components has a table in here, and it's around line 800. Yeah, here we go. Where I need to list all of the column, basically the specifications for the tables. Each table has column specifiers. So zone, we need to list essentially the simple fields in here. So we would have name and light. Okay, and then this is to know that we have columns there, and then we have, well, I actually don't remember why I did this, but I have a separate table where I list how they map to field names. This might be because they might be simple or complex, and these are the simple ones. Anyway, review that when it comes time to doing code review and refactoring, I guess. So we have name does map to a key, right? It's key zone name. And light doesn't have a constant for it, it's just light. All right, and then I have, I need to do complex elements, don't I? Yeah, and this is where it gets really, 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 really ugly, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Yep, let's just bite the bullet and do it. It's ugly, ugly, ugly code. Copy it. Copy the ugly code. So for zone, we have a secondary table called zone NPCs, and the key there is NPCs, I believe. Yes. That's the JSON key. And then basically these are functions that deal with creating or constructing the create, update, delete statements, and then executing like whenever we need to create it or update it. So should have done this first. I should have replaced all these names. Zone NPCs, right? Don't need to see that. Okay. That's player request. We can collapse that. Zone NPCs. So I have name and light. No, wait a minute. That's the top level one. The inner one was chance and class. And that means there are 2 arguments to bind. No. 3, right? Yeah, 3. 3 arguments to bind. And then update is setting the chance and the class given the entity. There's no and quest. Why do I have 2 separate? Oh, I think I had 2 separate ones because this one does have a where clause. It's where class is, right? Does this matter? No, it's an array, isn't it? Well, no, I can consider the class to be an inner key. So yeah, it's going to be class. And this deletes all of them. Okay, and then it has to be an array. The NPCs has to be an array. If it's not an array, we're not going to create elements. Otherwise, we're going to go through here, and this is not an encoded quest. For zone NPCs, it's zone NPCs. And we're creating them, right? So the binding is entity, zone entity, chance, and then class. So zone entity chance, so that's double. I don't have keys for this, so it's just CH. And then this one was class. And there's no fourth argument. Step it. There we go, that's the create. What game am I making? I am making this game, Dragoneer. And hello. It looks like... Hold on a second. Let's go back to it. It looks like this. It is inspired by Ultima 4, Ultima 5, those kinds of games back from the late 80s. It's going to be multiplayer, and you walk around in a 2D world. And let me show you what it would look like for a normal player. Oh, my tile got borked. How did that happen? I want an avatar. Let's pick the wizard guy. There we go. So I'm the GM, by the way. My nameplate is broken. I think there's actually tiles in the way there. Actually, I think there's a bug in my tile label depth order thing. Anyway, but sorry, my bugs are distracting me. But you walk around in a 2D world, and you interact with NPCs. I can't do that because I'm not an actual player in the game. I can actually walk through walls because I'm the GM. Working on this game now for about a year. It's a custom engine. The goal is to explore, to complete quests, to unravel the story, and to take on challenges with other players. So, for example, there might be areas in the game that you will get your character killed, and if you go by yourself, so you might have to group up with other players to defeat those challenges. There'll also be puzzles to unlock, so you might have to find like who to talk to find the secret entrance to an area, and then have a special key. You know, all sorts of role-playing type quests that I have to come up with. This bug is distracting me that the nameplate doesn't show up right. Why did I decide to not have smooth walking? Because this is reproducing the experience that I had as a kid playing Ultima 3, 4, and 5. This was how the game was played. It was discrete cells you would walk on. There was no smooth movement. And that particle effect you see there is from this lava, which I still haven't gone, and it's not supposed to show the particles when the tiles generating them are hidden. I never got around to fixing that. But yeah, this is the style of that game from the 80s, and I'm just trying to reproduce that. Thank you for the follow. So, I haven't been working on content lately. I'm trying to get more of the engine done. It's a custom game engine written in C++ with some Lua scripts, and then the front end is written in JavaScript. I'm doing okay, Batcraft. How are you today? One of these days, Batcraft, I will have sound effects on my stream, and you will have your the same sound effect if you wish, or a different one whenever you enter the channel. Because I always know it's you entering Fail's channel because of the sound effect. But yeah, anyway. Go back to admin mode here. Admin mode, I can see through everything. Alright. Yeah, so you can try out the game now. Let me log into it. It's in production, but just remember, there's no content yet. It's mostly example content. I still need to come up with a story and start building the story in the game. So here I am in the game. Let's talk to the quest giver. I'm not sure if I'm on the... There's a test quest. Oh, I'm on the test quest. Let's say I wasn't on the test quest. I don't have any quests, right? Let's talk to the quest giver. Jill. What's your name? My name's Jill. What's your job? I hand out quests. So this is how you'd play like Ultima 4, for example. You walk over to an NPC, talk to them, and you say name and job, and then based on what they say back, it would give you a hint on what you could say next. So how about quests? Or quest? Ah, there's a quest I can get. Sure, I'd like to pick up that quest. Now I'm on a quest. It tells me what I get if I finish the quest. It tells me how far I've gotten. I can go fight those slimes and earn my quest reward if I go back down to the dungeon here. Oh no. Very aggressive slimes. They strike at you before you can strike at them a lot of the time. 2 out of 10 defeated. So you can see there's primitive combat. There's no spells or ranged weapons yet. Those will be coming in a bit later. But there's simple item management. For example, I could use this firework in my inventory. I could drop this money on the ground. Oh, I just dropped all my gold on the ground. I could pick it up again. That slime is irritating me. I could drag this gold over here and say I want half my gold, or maybe about a quarter, and drop that on the ground. I just dropped 27 coins, pick them up again. So if someone else logged into the game now, they would probably appear in an area of the world, which is a starter area, where there's an open door. If you pass through that open door, you'd appear roughly around here. And this is meant to be a tutorial area. You're meant to talk to this guy at first, who is here to help you. I'm here to help. Help. I can lead you out. Care to follow me? Sure. Follow me. And he's stuck. Oh, is he bugged? I might need to fix him. Hold on. He might be stuck because of the interaction bug I have in the game. Let's go find out why he's stuck. Yeah, there's an interact bug. Looks like he's interacting with a lot of different players. Let's clear that. And that should trigger him to start moving. There he goes. So if you don't follow him, he'll say it taps his foot impatiently waiting for you. But if you follow him along, he'll lead you out of the dungeon here. Look at that. And I can participate in combat, or I can let George do all the combat and just be lazy and follow him. But he will follow and pursue any NPCs he sees that are enemies to the death. And he is unstoppable. He is a machine. He enjoys his work. He doesn't like gold, though. And he says, okay, there's the way out. Stay safe. And he'll march back to his starting point. Again, fighting the slimes on the way back. But he leads me up to the town. So I'm going to elaborate on that initial tutorial experience. There needs to be some introduction to the game controls, like how do you pick up items, how do you talk, how do you chat, how do you drop things. And the intent is for that initial area to explain some of that. And then when you get to town here, this will introduce you to more NPCs who are specialized. So there's a trainer, for example. What's your name? My name's Chris. What's your job? I train. Train. Come back when you have more experience. So if I had enough experience to gain a level, he would give me more dialogue options. And I could increase my dexterity or intelligence or strength after doing some training with that guy. Sword giver here. Should be obvious what he does. His name is Bob. I guard this place. I made this conversation a little bit deeper. He'll say at some point, I'll make sure to bring a sword or something, and you can say sword, and he says, I have many swords in my arsenal. Do you need a sword? No thank you. I have a sword already. It's a special sword with a note attached to it. It has my name inscribed on it. Goodbye. There's an armor here you can buy armor from. I craft fine suits of armor. Would you like one? Sure. For purposes of demonstration, I would. And gave me some chainmail, and I already have one equipped, so I'm just going to drop that on the ground and let it despawn after a minute. And then if you have too much money, you can always talk to the beggar and say, give. Thank you for your donation. He took 100 gold from me. Yeah, and I've been wounded, right? So let's talk to the healer and say heal. Yes, thank you, I've been healed. So you can tell these are all prototypical test dialogues. These aren't real NPCs. Probably in the real game we won't have these nameplates over them. You'll just have to go and find the right people by talking to them or looking at them and seeing, is this the right guy I want to talk to? We added doors a while back, so if I use this door, it closes it. Use it again, it opens it. Like, this one's locked on purpose. It won't budge. It's welded shut. And that's about it. I've just demonstrated pretty much all the mechanics of the game. And a lot of the time I spend is getting the core mechanics of the game engine down. On top of the game mechanics, there are the scripts that drive the NPCs and items and such. And like the aggro system, the combat systems. And then on top of that is the content. So I haven't really gotten any of the content yet. It's all test stuff for now. Hopefully it'll be fun. I don't think it's going to be fun until I have content, though. So if you're waiting for content, probably, I don't know,
later this year. I hope to get to some content soon, although it's a really big challenge for me because I'm not the most creative person. I'm more of like the engineer who gets things done. And given some inspiration or some help in coming up with a story, I'll probably put some content in. But right now, not so much. Log out and I will have disappeared from the game. Let's go back to my local host. Let's put that in the background. All right, back to work. Yeah, and don't worry about distracting me with questions. I enjoy working with questions. My goal streaming this is to do multiple things at once. I'm making progress on my hobby, which is right now my entrepreneurial target. This started out as a hobby, but my stretch goal would be to actually produce a game people would want to play and then make it free to play for the initial content. And if people really want to keep playing, maybe they would pay like $1 or $2 to unlock different areas. And maybe I make enough money to support myself. Maybe I don't. We'll see. That's sort of a stretch goal. I don't expect it to. Most entrepreneurial efforts fail. I will at least learn from the failure and learn like, well, what did I do wrong? You know, next time, how would I do better? That kind of thing. That's one goal I have, is to try to make this into a product. I even started an LLC for any funds that go into this are from that LLC. But my other goal is, because I like to demonstrate things to help people understand and learn, I do this live on stream, and I try to balance half and half work, half talking with chat. If there's no chat, I get kind of lonely and maybe concentrate too much on work. I really like it when there's a balance of half the time I'm working and half the time I'm answering questions or explaining things. So don't feel bad in distracting me. Unless I get distracted too much, if people like say, well, you haven't done any work in like an hour, I'll be like, okay, let's hold off some questions and do some work first. So this is the part of the code where we will call this function whenever we need to create an entry for a combination of of a zone and a NPC that's supposed to spawn in the zone. The chance that they're going to spawn, and then what their entity, the NPC's class entity is. So like their prototype. And this just binds these three arguments with a statement that's been prepared earlier, which looks like this. It's an insert statement, right? So we have three arguments: the entity of the zone, the chance of the NPC spawning there, and then the class of the NPC to be spawned. So we know they are here in this JSON element, and we just need to bind aspects of that NPC of that element, and then step the statement. And because why we're doing it here is because this particular element is a complex one where we might have multiple entries. So that's why we're making sure that's an array, and we're looping through the array. For every element, we're going to create a row. Long ago, there were 6 wizards, all different elements. One was mean, turned bad. They distributed magic to all the world. You were born with magic. Oh. That's a good one. Let me give you a useless internet point. I didn't mention this before, but in my game, if it's successful, mind you, there will be points you can earn through stream interaction. Some people have already scored a lot of points because they help out a lot in my channel. For example, Toulouse and Nui have like almost 250 points. The idea is you help out with ideas or finding bugs or just in general being a good person in the community. And either you will unlock exclusive areas that are exclusively unlocked first for high point scores, or you'll be able to turn in the points for items or something like that. Backcraft's got 11 points. That's not bad. That's decent. You're in the top 30 or 40. Most people have 0 to 5 points, right? The vast majority of people. And these are a fraction of the people in chat. These are those who have actually created accounts in the game. There are also a lot of people that have not created accounts in the game. They're not even going to be listed here, but they will get to keep their points. Yeah, you guys are all in the... if you have more than 10 points, then you'll probably get access to the... to any exclusive content I come out with first, because most people don't have even 10 points. No, this isn't going to be on itch. It's going to be free, and I'm distributing it directly. Yeah, it's right there. Yep. I have to run a server anyway, so might as well make the client also be served through the same AWS system. It's all on the cloud, my friend. Let's go back to the local test environment. By the way, there's the infrastructure if you want to know how it's actually run. So you've seen how you use the test in the code. How do you use them? I use them to check that things happen the way they should. For example, this test here. This simple one right here. If I go through my entity component system and say, please create the orkden, right? Or basically it's creating the whole zone called the orkden. The test makes sure that when we do that, that we actually create rows in the database that we can retrieve back out with these checks. So the general format is set up to do something, then do something, then check to make sure it was done properly. And then each of these is a separate test that I can run. And if it fails, that means the code is broken. If it passes, that means we've verified that when we do the thing, that what we expect actually does happen. And I do this in small pieces, and we have thousands of tests that added together, they test every little aspect of the game engine. It's test-driven development. I'm not perfect at it. I'm not even close to being perfect. I'm learning all the time. For example, I learned that this is probably way over, like way too big. I should probably reduce this down with helper functions to make it more maintainable and easier to read. If you want to add tests to own programs, watch the video. It's a good start. Oh yeah, the video I made just will help you get started using the same tools I use. So there are tons of different tools you could use. It's different for every programming language. So if you're using Java, JavaScript, Python, it's all going to be different. The video I made was exclusively for C++ with Google Test, CMake, and Visual Studio Code. Right? If you have that combination, then my video should probably help you, I would hope. But if anything is different, like let's say you're using Python, my video might not help as much. Some of the concepts are the same. Like you write the test first, and then you're going to run the test, then write the code to make the test pass, run the test to make sure it passes. That sequence is still there, but the tools you use will be all different. Yeah, YouTube search for the exact combination you need. TDD Python, right? Probably would be good if you wanted to do test-driven development in Python. You'd probably find lots of videos. Yes, sir. Okay, I'm just getting reoriented back to work here. Okay, this will create all the rows. So that should be good enough to make one of my tests pass, right? I would hope that this would make the create test pass. So let's see if it does. I'm trying to think, did I miss anything? I don't think so. It's not passing, so I must have missed something. Okay, so whenever I run into this situation where I think the test should pass and it doesn't, it got down to here, and I will sometimes just single step through the code to make sure I didn't miss something. It's actually getting past all of these expectations. So that means it created the orkden with the proper light and the name. It just didn't create the spawners correctly. If you're not doing tests, you wouldn't see how valuable they're until you do them for a while. Yeah, there's a lot of initial investment. And there's also a mindset you have to get into. The mindset for me is I am finding the bugs early so that when I take these pieces that have been tested and I assemble them into a program later, I will encounter far fewer bugs than if I were to just write the pieces without tests and then wait until putting them together to test it. I think it's much more complicated to find a bug in an integrated system with a lot of moving parts. It's a lot easier to find and fix bugs on the individual parts at the small scale. So that's my goal. Because there are a lot of small parts, though, and there's a lot of things that could go wrong, you end up writing a lot of tests. So there's a lot of investment in writing the test, in maintaining the test, and that adds up, and it could be a barrier to some. What would take you maybe an hour to get running, for me takes a day. But I like to think of it like you got it done in an hour, but you spent the next week trying to find a bug. I got it done in a day, and I didn't have any bugs. Past the ones that I fixed in the first day. So, and it's difficult to quantify. You'd really need to do an A/B comparison. Try to do a project for a month without test-driven development. Then restart and do the same project with test-driven development. And at the end, see, well, how many bugs did you find? When did you find the bug? How long did it take you to fix the bugs? And if you are meticulous in tracking all that, I think you'd find that in the initial first weeks, the test-driven development was lagging. You're not as productive. But in the end, you'll overtake the productivity in the long term. That's the difficult part in selling it to a manager or a company, is that there's a heavy initial investment. But in the end, you're much more agile and adaptive and productive. But it requires extraordinary discipline and initial investment. Tests are self-explanatory. Yeah, if you write the tests well enough, the tests become the documentation of your use cases. That's the trick, though. It requires a ton of discipline, and they don't always tell you this when you look up videos and guides are doing test-driven development. And I'm not sure why, but they really should put foremost and upfront, TDD requires extraordinary discipline. If you are not comfortable with strict discipline, you will not like this at all. You will hate it. You will say, I'm never coming back to test-driven development, because it requires a lot from you, and you will be very slow at first, but it pays off in the end if you have the discipline and commitment. That's what I like to say. I still feel like I'm still investing and haven't gotten all of the benefits yet. But in the end, I think I experience it later when I add stuff to my game. Usually it doesn't break nearly as often as it would have years ago if I had done this without test-driven development years ago. I would run into just tons of weird bugs, and I would just debug them in the game in production. And nowadays it's like I have a lot of bugs up front, and but when I get it all assembled and deployed, it generally works. There are a few extra bugs that slip through the cracks, but I will, as long as I can reproduce the bug, set up a unit test for it, fix it, and deploy it, they usually get fixed. There are only a few bugs that I have that keep coming back, and that's probably because of design flaws I have in the game. One of them that comes to mind is when you die in the game. You get this dialogue that pops up that says you're dead. That keeps breaking, and I think that that is a design bug. And you died. Oh no. Don't worry, death is not permanent in my game. It is merely a setback. And I can actually resurrect you in the game. Where are you? You are dead. Well, I can resurrect you. Lua, heal. 7. Oh, you already respawned. No! He's going to kill you again if you don't fight back. You have to move off of him and then attack him. Or I can just heal you. And I can actually pick you up and move you to safety. There we go. Yeah, if you're viewing the death dialogue, the bug that keeps coming back up, which is probably a design flaw, is that you can't escape the death dialogue sometimes. Looks like you're not in it anymore, though. Yeah, the fact that you're able to walk around. So, yeah, sorry about that. If you run into a bug in my game, there are a couple ways you can report it. You can go to the issues GitHub, or you can use the in-game ticket system. There's a way on this exclamation point button up here, you can report a bug, and I will generally make a GitHub issue to back it. So, for example, here it'll show there's a GitHub issue. I don't get to them fast enough because it's a one-man show, and most important to me is to log that there is a bug. When I get time, I will get to all the bugs. But what I don't want to happen is for a bug to go undetected or unreported, because depending on the severity of the bug, I might need to fix it right away. So like if there's something that crashes the game server, I would want to know about it and probably redirect my effort to fix that. If it's more like what, is this Kenkamatics? No, the Epic Unknown reported that you can't use it on mobile. Yeah, I know mobile usage is basically a no-go right now. It's not my top priority because my initial target was desktop players, so I at least want to triage all issues. So bug reports are welcome. Even if it's a duplicate, I'll probably just say, hey, Melissa, it's the same thing as this other bug. Thank you for reporting it. And if anything, I'd raise the severity the more people are irritated by a bug. Anyway, I'm going slower today. I need to speed up. I was going to single step through this to find out why this isn't working, right? So this is in the bug in the code we were just doing. So I'm going to put a breakpoint there and hit debug. It looks like I have some old breakpoints, so I'm going to clear my breakpoints, set that one up, and then run it again. All right, so here we are on this line. And it completely left it. That's interesting. Oh, the element's type is null. Okay, how did that happen? Encoded elements. We can't see that type. Oh, did I get the wrong key? I might have gotten the wrong key. Let's go to there and restart the test. What's the key again? NPCS. And what is the encoded element is null. Okay, so the component looks like this. Oh, it's NPC, not NPCs. Okay, and a spelling mistake. In the actual game, it's NPCs. So in the test, I must have made an NPC at the top here. Oh yeah, look at that. NPCs. I probably, yeah, same mistake down here. And actually, all of these are wrong. NPCs. Okay. Thought it was that. You can't attack George because he's a friendly NPC. Yeah, no attacking friendly people yet in my game. No PvP yet. Also, because it would require that I put in a game system for how it works to kill friendly NPCs, especially those that are quest givers. So, for example, you can, in World of Warcraft, go PvP mode and attack the enemy faction's NPCs, right? There's nothing wrong with that. You'll just get attacked by the guards. You can still fight them and beat them. But the game has to include systems for like respawning those NPCs or having some other mechanism so that it doesn't ruin the fun of the other people playing the game, right? No one likes it when they can't talk to their quest giver because their quest giver is dead. So there has to be some way for the quest giver to come back to life or some other way to talk to the quest giver when they're dead. I don't have those game systems yet. So to avoid that issue of people not being able to test George's game systems, I make George invulnerable right now. But in the future, when I have every game system in place and I have that flexibility, I would totally let you fight the NPCs. They'd kick your butt. They would one-shot you and say, you know, thank you for trying. But there always be that slim chance. Maybe you get 99 of your friends to attack the same NPC, and you all get lucky critical hits, and maybe you kill George. It could happen. I might give you an exclusive reward. Who knows? Had to have some incentive for people to try, I guess. Running the test again. Okay, this is still a problem. What's the problem? Show me the log, please. Okay, it made it through, but the numbers aren't correct. Did I get the numbers in the wrong order? Class entity. Oh, no, the order by is different. Right? Yeah, it did the 0.5 first and then a 0.01. Interesting. I would think, okay, let's not order by chance because I guess I don't understand how order works for real numbers in SQLite. Let's do order by class. Then this would come first, right? No. That would come first because it's a smaller number. Let me do the same thing down here. Order by class. Make sure this number, yeah, that number is correct. Okay. My server can handle it again, Dragoneer, if I wrote this game scripts for it. So right now, the game script for attacking the NPC, it's sort of TBD. So that was attack, I think. Attack Lua? No, that's if you're already attacking, and it does the roll, right? Yeah, the roll to hit. Where was it? Combat? Yes. Can attack. You can't attack when you're dead, right? Then it gets your weapon. That's the attack check, right? Right. Combat, here we go. Right, there's this, basically, I have this catch-all. If something is flagged as not attackable, it'll say you can't attack that target. So if I made that NPC attackable, it would roll an attack roll against them and potentially destroy the entity. And if we destroyed George right now, I would lose his dialogue. So there needs to be an alternate method where you don't destroy the NPC. They just go, they die for a while and then they maybe respawn later. I tried to use Luajit, but it didn't really work out in terms of making it any faster. Probably because these scripts do a lot of interactions with C++. Every time we go back into the game engine, we're calling C++ again. That was killing the performance, so it didn't really compare very well with JIT. I have a notebook page about that right here. I did profiling the vanilla Lua versus C++ versus Luajit, 2 different versions of it, and the performance numbers of vanilla Lua and Luajit were on the same order of magnitude. So I'm like, okay, I guess it's not worth it. And the theory was that it wasn't worth it because of a lot of the calls between Lua and C++ were ruining the JIT performance improvement. C++ version of it was an order of magnitude faster. So like 1 millisecond instead of 10 to do the test operation. You could do an RPG type like Pokemon, or you can just do one large swipe around you for attacking. Oh, yeah. Different, like area of effect or, yeah. So right now, it's just one-on-one combat melee. There's no other types of weapons, but there will be more when I get to it. Yeah, so that was back when. More than a year ago, we tried Luajit. So the Lua vanilla is fast enough, it turns out, for what I use it for. If it ends up being a performance bottleneck, I thought about redesigning things so that we could do parts of it in Luajit, the parts that didn't need to interact with the game, or optimizing the game layer between the engine and the Lua, so that to make it faster. But I haven't needed to do that yet. So this should pass now? No, I didn't build it yet. No, I did build it. It's still failing? Is the order by not working? Why would the order by not work? Oh, it didn't insert it. It didn't insert the other row for some reason. Okay. So it inserted that row, but not that row. It looks like. That was where zone NPCs. Here. I guess we'll try again. Okay. So it does one step. It should reset it for the next one. Step again. Oh, we got an error. Ooh, what's the error? Unique constraint failed. Oh, I have a unique constraint. I don't know what that unique constraint. Okay. I know what I did wrong. This is supposed to be a one-to-many, so it can't make that a primary key. It violates the uniqueness constraint to do that. There might be multiples of the same number, but with different classes here. Yeah. All right. So now it'll pass? Yes. Okay. So I just need to do update now. Don't expect update to work yet because I haven't written that code. Back here, update. These both need to be both arrays. Essentially, I have to record which NPC classes are in both sets, right? So primary key could be EN class. Yeah, we talked about that earlier, that I can make, Nui was suggesting I make a combination primary key. I am not doing that yet because it's not required. It would become required if maybe for performance reasons or for checking constraints, like what Giga Games was suggesting earlier. So it might come later when I revamp if I revamp the schema to let the database check constraints, then I might make that combination of primary key. The other reason would be if I need it for performance to do fast selects, then I would make the combination of primary key. But right now, it it's not required for functionality. Just helps for the error. Yeah, well, I just needed to step through and find the error in the, if I didn't find it in the test, I would find it in my diagnostics, right? I would find that there's a statement error, a SQL statement error. All right. This is the tricky part. We need to find what do we need to create, what do we need to update, and what do we need to delete. So I don't have a has. I think what I wanted to do is turn the arrays into maps first, and then process the maps. So I would do this twice, right? Once for the old and once for the new. And then these become unordered map from what to what. I can keep it simple, and I can just have it be map from NPC class, so that's int, to back to array index in the JSON. So old NPC class indices. There we go. And then new NPC class indices. And the element is value, not key. So this is old NPC, well, old NPC entry. And then we do void. No, I just do an indexer, right? I would just say that index, and I need to track the array index. Equals I plus plus. And then we restart it at 0 here again and just do the same thing. I should make a helper function for this. Watch as I don't do it because I'm lazy. Okay, so now we have a mapping from NPC class. Oh no, I don't. It's not entry, it's entry index class. Yes. That gives me the key, and then the value is going to be what index we found it in. Okay, so then I don't need to iterate old elements. We're going to iterate this. Old NPC class index. Right, and then instead of doing has, we're going to search it. So const auto, new NPC class index, indices entry. I like to use entry for iterators. Is new NPC class indices find. The type of that is going to be, oh, it's a pair. Right. So I need to, what do I need out of this? I need both. So old NPC, old NPC index is that dot first, const auto. Actually, no, that's the second. Have them backwards. The class number is the first. Auto old NPC class is this dot first. So I need to find the same class in the new indices, right? If we can't find it, if we can find it, it's an update. If we can't find it, it's a delete. If this equals this dot end, that means it's not found, so it's an delete. Otherwise, it's an update. So I'm going to move the delete code up because we're doing delete first, apparently, because I don't like negative logic. Also, I forgot to say hi to Toulouse. who is here to find all my bugs for me. And I forgot to say hi to someone else. Moskowbish. Hello. Welcome to the channel. All right, why doesn't it like me to do this? This is a pair. Oh, because I don't need to do a function call. Yes. Trust the red under squiggly lines to tell you when you have a problem. Okay, so then it's the index I need. Right? No, I already have the index. What am I doing here? I don't need this value. Right, I'm taking the delete statement, I'm binding what to it? What does the delete statement look like? The delete statement has two entries, the zone and the NPC class, which we have both of them, right? I have the old class and we have the zone, so that's, is it entity and then class? It's zone and then class, so zone, entity, and then class, which is this one. Perfect. We did it. Okay, so if it is found, we need to see, do we need to see if they're different? Why is this always updating? Oh, this is updating because it might have changed. I guess I can do that? Yeah, I guess we can. So I need to get its entry, right? So it's new elements, and then the index is going to be the, right, I need to get it. So const auto new NPC index is that second. So we get it by index, and this is the new NPC, what are we going to call it? Entry to match that. Right. And then what's the binding look for this one? Update, so it goes, it's chance first, then entity, then class. So chance is first. So that's new NPC entry, ch, as a double. And then the next one was entity, right? Yes. That's one, and then the last one was the quest number. The class number. This one. I guess it's recorded in both places. Well, I wonder why I actually pulled it out of the JSON before. And we already have it. It should just be that. Yeah, I don't know why. Anyway, that works. Okay. And then the delete. So the deletes are if... Oh no. Take that back. The creates. So we did the delete, the update, and this is the create. This is where we need to go through the new elements and see if the old element is missing. So it's flip this around. Like so. Go through the new, and see if the entry in the old is missing. Then we do a delete, or create, I mean. And the create uses the new, right? So it's not new quest. Where's the code for that? New... What am I looking for? I guess I'm looking for this. And grab that. New elements, new NPC, index, right. I guess I didn't need the... No, I used the class there. Okay, good. So, there it is. And then, the crate is there. It's entity chance class. Entity chance, which is a double. And then class, which is an integer. And then get rid of that, step it, and we're done. Why is your character holding a spoon, or is it an axe? It's probably an axe. That default artwork was for the prototype game, where you were an axe-wielding warrior. Hey there, Metalstorm. You can change your character's avatar, though. If you go to the profile settings, and my apologies for the user interface not being perfect yet, but yeah, you go to this little tab. It looks like a stamper, or it's actually supposed to be a Head and Shoulders. You can pick your character's avatar from this list. So I can be, I don't know, how about a king for, I'll be a king for a moment here. Now I'm a king. Hail to the king. And change it back to a wizard. I like the wizard the best. But you can change your avatar right now. The default is this axe-wielding warrior from the prototype game. In the future, for the real, when I have the real content in the game, probably you won't be able to just pick anything from this list. Your avatar will probably be determined by the skills you pick, the skills you choose to train. So if you train in magic, you'll probably start looking like a wizard. If you train to be a warrior, you'll probably look like more like you're, you know, that you're ready for a fight. Or it could be you have to go on a special quest to pick up a different appearance. I don't know. I haven't decided yet. But right now it's here. All right. Time to run the test again. Okay, I didn't expect it to pass on the first try. It didn't pass at all. Why would that fail? The entity number's wrong, that's why. I was inconsistent about the entity number there. Cool, it passed. I'm done with one more table. The zone table is done. So I'm going to check in the to-do list that we're done with zones. Yay. I'll leave that one in a different commit. All right, done with zones, right? Yes, so work in progress migrating ECS data from JSON to SQLite. Add zone table. Yay. And then this was update to-dos. Okay, next table. Or should I take a break? I should probably take a break. I'm going to get up and stretch for a few minutes. So if, like me, you've been sitting there for 2 hours, now might be a good opportunity to get up, get something to drink. You know, I hope you don't mind. I hope Failed to Survive doesn't mind that I kind of am borrowing the same script when it comes time to talking about going on break. When Fail talked about it, I'm like, you know, that's a good thing to say. It's not just me, but also my viewers could benefit from maybe it's an opportunity to get up and take a break, right? So hope Fail doesn't mind that I kind of use the same script there. I'm going to set the timer for 3 minutes. I will be back. I'm just going to get up and stretch, use the restroom and all that. See you in a bit. Hi, I'm back. Thank you, Toulouse. I've actually been playing around with this new, well, not new app, new to me. This app here called WorkRave. So this is supposed to like remind you when to get up and stretch and take little mini breaks. And I'm not yet ready to use it on stream because I haven't set it up, but by default, what I noticed yesterday is that it will, every 3 minutes, ask you to take a 30-minute pause called a micro break. And for rest break, the default is 45 minutes, take a 3-minute break. So what I might do in the future is maybe set this to an hour and a half for me, and then turn off the micro break. Because I was testing out the micro break. I felt like I should give it a chance yesterday, and it was really annoying, and my brain started to get trained into this mode where I was feverishly trying to get 3 minutes of work done because I knew I'd have to stop, and I hate stopping. So I might not do the micro break thing, but I might do the timer for the rest break. They also have this daily limit thing, so you can like say, well, you've done enough computer today once you reach like 4 hours or something like, whatever you set. I don't know about that. And also it lets you monitor, so you can like go look later how long have I used the computer for this week or something like that. Every 3 minutes would be, it was pretty rough. But I might actually use that. I might actually force myself to use that when I have eye strain. Like I've had a little bit of eye strain yesterday and like last week. And this is supposed to help with that. So, every 5 minutes or so, you're supposed to like look off into the distance to relax your eyes. And I might force myself to do that to avoid eye strain, but probably not on stream because I don't know how I would work that into the stream. Basically, it pops up something no matter what I'm doing and says, you should take a micro break now. With the rest break, I could at least see the timer and know when it's coming and say, okay, I'll just take a break now. And then when you stop moving your mouse and stop hitting on the keyboard, the app knows that you've stopped and it'll reset the timers automatically. So I wouldn't have to do anything other than like watch the timer, or if I forget to watch the timer, it would pop up something saying you should take a break now, which is what I kind of want. But I'm not quite ready to do this on stream. I'm going to keep it disabled. I'm not going to quit it. It's just going to be... Where'd it go? It disappeared. There it is. Just want to... It's still on my taskbar. It's just suspended right now. Anyway, interesting app. It's open source and all that. It's only for Windows and Linux, curiously. There's no Mac build, and it doesn't appear to be a mobile app for it either. But it is open source, so there you go. Okay, so we're done with zones. I think I will redesign the trigger system first. So redesigning trigger system to be easier to persist in the database. So the trigger system is kind of weird right now. Let me show you what I have. Components, trigger. So triggers are like teleporters or dialogues that spontaneously start when you step in areas of the world. In fact, the step is one kind of trigger. I think I didn't originally intended there to be triggers, not just when you step on a square, but if other things happen, other game events. But right now, the only kind of trigger is a step, and I might just reduce it down to that for now. Or, you know what I could do is just make step another column of the table. But essentially, I have this nested object here. I think at least the first thing I want to do is remove this nested object because I don't think it makes sense. And the other thing I want to do is instead of saying have an inner type here, actually have it be the name of a Lewis script that we would run. Because I believe what this ends up doing is it just invokes a Lewis script anyway. Let's see if I can find this. Yeah, here we go. Oh, hey, kitty. The cat's meowing at me from level 1 of his tower. You want to come here, kitty? He never wants to come here when I ask. Okay, meow. Yeah. I already fed you. Do you need something? Kitty kitty? I can't quite reach him. Can't quite reach him or I would grab him. Anyway. Yeah, so this probably just... Where is it? Where does it do this? Make move action. Actually, it doesn't even go through a Lua. Oh, yeah. This is yeah. Let's fix this. This right now is programmed to directly change the player's position in the game in response to a transport trigger that's stepped on. So what we can do instead is have it call a Lua script and let the Lua figure it out. And then it could be more generic. I don't need to have this action type interpreted here. It could be interpreted in the Lua. I think that's what I want to do. The problem is these other parameters. Like here's another trigger that's not a transport, so it doesn't have XYZ. Instead it has, this is a message, a game message. So it's if I step on this entity in the world, well, I need to find out where that is. If I step on that entity, supposedly it says hello world in game. I don't even know if this still works. Let me try to find this entity. Okay, it's right there. If I step there, apparently it says hello world. I have no idea if this is going to work. Let's see. New window. Local host 8000. Oh, 3000. All right, log in. The tiger brush. Yeah. All right. So here I'm going to step on that test spot. It says hello world. There we go. So that's a different kind of trigger that didn't teleport me, right? So that's encoded like that. I wonder if I should split this into two tables. Actually, I don't know. Not sure what to do here. Like, I think the best fit would be a different table for every kind of trigger. And if I add a new kind of trigger, it would just be, it would be a migration. And I really only have, do I only have two types of triggers right now? Transport and message. I thought I had a third that would start a dialogue. I did, but I removed it. Let me add it back, because I need this now. Yeah, it's here somewhere. That's a transport. Message. Here it is, script. Oh, there were 4 of them. There was script and there was dialogue. Ooh. So my tests for script and for dialogue are missing. Hey there, Nui. Did you just get here? I've been streaming for 2 hours. Did it throw you off, Nui, that I didn't stream on Tuesday? It occurred to me that my announcement channel in Discord for when I'm not streaming is not reflected by the Matrix bot, so you might not have gotten that notification. My apologies. I've been thinking about adding a Matrix bot, what do you call it, feed or channel for the announcements as well, so you would get it. I haven't touched that Matrix integration in a year, though. Sort of scared to touch it. Okay, the cat's leaving now. Obviously, is not happy with me. So I have 4 kinds of triggers, and I forgot about that. I guess let's play around with this one. I forget what this does. So if the action is... I should set the current task to be not that, but reviewing the game's trigger system and prep for migrating its data. What's Matrix integration? There's Nui likes to use this app called Matrix, rather than using Discord itself. And so if you've noticed in the Discord, there's a bot registered as Matrix App Service. And it basically, a couple of the channels, it will reflect the chat in that channel back and forth between Discord and Matrix. But stream plan and announcements are not in that list of channels. Yeah, so it's a bridge. I should probably add the announcements to that bridge. All right. Yeah, reviewing. So fundamentally, this trigger system, every tick, it looks at all triggers in the game, right? And for step triggers, it will skip it if it doesn't have a position. If it has a position and it's a script, it finds all entities. Why does it actually do that more than once? Why are we doing this more than once? That doesn't make sense. Shouldn't it do it at the top? I think so. Anyway, it looks like it's repeated. I could clean that up right now, actually. This code can move to the top and be done up here. Why don't I do that right now? Why not? Let's do a little bit of impromptu refactoring. If this is done all the time, we could just do that once there. We're doing early return, right? I have to do that after we get the position index, obviously. Yeah, but then these copies aren't needed, right? These lines that are copied everywhere. Yeah, there we go. Fixed it. This should not cause any problems with the tests. This is why I have unit tests, so I can do this kind of thing. I can find all of the trigger tests and just run them and make sure nothing broke. Look at that. Isn't that cool? I don't even think I have a unit test for the message trigger. I have a unit test here for the script trigger and for teleport, but I don't have one for those other kinds of those other two kinds, right? For message or for dialogue. Yeah, it's just instead of using Discord, it's a preference to use an open source project that merges all the different clients together. So I respect that. Try to be amenable by setting up that bot. Setting up the bot was a one-time only deal, I think. Although I need to go review how I would add another channel. I think I just tell the bot to go into that channel, but I don't remember exactly. It's been a year. Okay, so I didn't break anything with that last change, but I really don't like that I don't have a unit test for the other type. So maybe that's what I should do now. I don't have a unit test for two of the kinds of triggers. I should add them, right? So let's do the message one first. I'm shocked that I never made this one. Message. Oh, it's gonna end up with a ton. What if I do trigger? And I look for all CPP. Okay, we made a trigger just to make sure a camera can see it. The admin camera, that is. What's this one? Oh, that's the actual code and the rendering system. Okay, here we go. So there's a transport trigger, another transport trigger, and a script trigger. Yeah, we just don't have one for message. It suggested that you unlock an emote even though you're a sub? That's a bug. It's Twitch being Twitch. Twitch is twitchy, you know? All right. So just add it to the end of this suite here? Why not? Okay, we're adding another unit test because it's missing. Actually, we're adding two. Let's fix the names of these tests so that they're more readable. The new convention is snake uppercase. So snake upper for all of these. You get snake upper. You get snake upper. Okay, so what would this test be? Message trigger. Maybe I didn't make a unit test for this because I was going to obsolete it. I can keep it around. I mean, it's no big deal. If I obsolete it, I just delete the test, right? So let me just make it. I'll make the test based off of the code I have to try to match it. We're not looking at script. We're looking at message. Message. Here we go. So there's a chat type and content. So there's an MT and an MC. Right. Okay. So type is message. And actually, these should all be using the keys too. That should be key trigger action, not A. And this should be key trigger type, not T. And this is action message type. No, it's not. That inner T is trigger type? No, it is that trigger action type. Yeah, never mind. That is the correct one. There are two types, which is the problem, right? They don't need to be... I think we're going to get rid of the step. Yeah, we're going to be getting rid of step, because right now the only kind of trigger type is a step. Let me confirm that. The code should like have a top level thing. Yeah, if it's step, yeah, there's only one trigger type right now. So it's probably just I don't need it. Anyway, message type goes here. Game, I guess, right? It doesn't really matter because we're just going to make sure it gets sent to the player correctly. And then content, hello. So there's the trigger, and then we place it in the world there, and we create a player who happens to be standing on that spot, and then we invoke the game system. We should get that player should be sent a message. Right, it's in the form of feedback, right? Yeah. So it's the same kind of feedback, but it's not an error. Let's find what it is. It is send chat, which does what? Feedback is of type message. Message. And the object has... Why did I do it that way? I can never remember why I have two levels of MSG. Oh, I think I remember why. Because this can have other keys if it's directed to one. So this means it's directed to everybody in the game? Everybody in the game gets the message? Interesting. Okay, that's really old. This predates it being multiplayer, I think. If anyone steps on a message trigger, it sends that message to everybody who's playing. That's what this is saying. Sends it to everybody. There's no target. Oh well. Okay, well, fine. There's a message. And it's an inner JSON object, which has the content in it, which is this stuff. Chat type is going to be game. Line is going to be hello. There we go. There's the test. This should pass right away because I already have the code. Yep, it passes. Okay, so let's do the other missing test. Did I say that in the current test, by the way? No, I didn't. So adding missing tests for the game's trigger system. There we go. Hey there, Riga Regents. All right, adding some missing unit tests. That's what I'm doing right now. For game triggers I forgot I even had. So that was a message trigger. The other one was a dialogue trigger, right? I saw that here somewhere. Yeah, dialogue trigger. What it's supposed to do is it's supposed to start a dialogue as if you're talking to someone. I first want to verify it actually works. So, what am I doing? I need to actually create one in the world. So, there isn't one right now, right? Because I reviewed that. That's what I was looking at here. I had the one message trigger from a long time ago and some teleporters, and that was it. I didn't have a dialogue trigger, so let's add one. What if I add one right at the lava here? So that would be click on there, hit add, and then this is a trigger. Add, edit the trigger, add type is dialogue. Then what else do I need? A dialogue entity. So that's a D. And I don't have a number to add here yet, so let's just put 0 for now as a placeholder. And okay, this has to be in quotes because it's in JSON. Submit that. Is that the only thing I need? Oh, this makes sure that it only gets triggered once. Yeah, so then it just puts the player into that dialogue. All right, so then I just need to invent a dialogue. Let's add one called lava add. Oh, that's interesting. You see that bug? It made it called John instead of being called lava. Make sure that's a bug by refreshing. Yeah, we named it John. But it's the higher numbered one, right? Lava. Save. So this box is ignored. I need to write down these bugs. There are 2 bugs that I saw today that kind of popped up, right? One was character name tags seem to not have the correct depth. Now, I think I broke that in the last change to fix the depth order change in the camera. The other one is new dialogues don't get the name assigned or name entered for them. All right, and then back here, so the lava dialogue. Let's make it really easy. Let's have it, do I even need a conversation? Yeah, I have this is like hard-coded now to be like just out of convenience. I have it, most dialogues are talking to someone where we have to say name and job. So that was part of my initial template. I don't need that here though. Let's have it just be a simple single state one where it just ends. And there's no, actually I don't even need that, right? How do I get rid of this? How come I can't get rid of that now? That's weird. Oh, because it goes to next, so I need to go to end, and then I can delete conversation, right. So start will just go immediately to end, and we just have, let's have a tell, a pause, and another tell. The tell will be you gaze into the fiery abyss, then a pause, and it just says, say the abyss stares back into your soul. Save. All right, so now if I walk over to that lava, it should trigger a dialogue. And it didn't. It didn't work at all. Why would that be? I wonder if this is broken. Do I need to make an NPC who has the lava dialogue just to test this? I I guess I could see if the game had any scripting errors. No, there's no scripting errors. Well, I'm not sure. Oh, wait. I never took this entity number and put it on there, did I? 45040. Yep, right here. 45050, right? Submit. Oh, 40. Yep, Toulouse is correct. Thank you, Toulouse. I obviously you can tell I don't have any tools to automate this very well. I have to actually copy the number around. Okay, so let's try it again. And it didn't work. Is my character even in a dialogue? Wrong component. No. So just the trigger doesn't work at all? Oh, wait. This is the wrong structure. I got this wrong. Hold on. Find this correct tab here. It has to go into trigger action, which is trigger action, yeah. So there's action type and then action, which is A, right? Yeah. So this has to be removed, and it's A, and A is an object that has a D key in it. I know, very silly, but that's what I did. Submit. And it still didn't work. Oh, the type is missing. I got this wrong. It's not the type. The type out here has to be step. And the type in here there has to be a type in here called dialogue. I'll get this one of these days. There we go. You why did I say gave? It should be gaze. And now I'm stuck. Ah. Is that a bug in the pause? The pause I thought worked. Okay, let me fix the dialogue. Dialogue, lava. It should be gaze. So the pause doesn't work, maybe because the next is end. It could be. So that's another bug. Let me confirm that. So dialogues which transition directly from start to end with a pause do not advance in the event list after the pause. I think it's an edge case. I bet if I made another thing called, I don't know, test, and then I have this go to test, and then test should just say done or something, or just default, right? Goes to end, add. I bet it would work now. Hey there, Trumpsis. I'm adding tests and stuff for features I didn't have tests for. You gaze, it still says gave. Do not submit that. So I didn't hit save. Always hit save. You gaze into the fiery abyss. And I'm still stuck. I wonder if it's the whole start state is screwed. So then to try this out, let's move this. So this would have a tell, a pause, and a tell. You gaze into the fiery abyss. The abyss stares back into your soul, and we'll save that, and then start will be before you well, fiery abyss stands at your feet, or I don't know how to phrase words. Fiery abyss opens before you. And remove these ones. So basically they'll go to the test state And then if you do anything, it'll say that and then end the dialogue. So save. Fiery Abyss opens for you, and then I hit anything. You gaze into the abyss. No, it's just stuck. But in the production server, this wasn't a problem. Was it? I thought in the production server I had one of these where I had a pause and then another tell. Maybe it's because it's going to the end. I guess I can make another one. Test 2. Or I can just have this go back to test. And then this can say end. Add. And then end could say you turn away from the fire. Save. Fire. Nope, it's still stuck. I don't know how I managed to ever get that to work then. Let me look at the production server, because there is a dialog that tests this. It's the, in the town. Go into town. Go. I think it's a sword giver, right? If you say the word sword, right? Yeah, there's a tell, a pause, and another tell. It does change states, though. Maybe that's the trick. It changed states after the pause. Let me test that. I need to go to the dialogue. Interesting, I don't have a helper button for that. Guess I never thought of it. Yeah, let's have it go to test 2. That'll go to test 2, and let's just move this thing here. This will be a default for test 2. Default. End. Tell that. And then remove that there. Okay, so then anything you say in test 1 state will say the 2 dialogue statements and then move to test 2 where if you say anything you turn away. Okay, save that. Fire. No, it's still broken. Well, shoot. I don't know what I did then. Is it that it's a default key and choice? I guess I can fix that. Let's have it be fire. I don't have an easy way to rename the default. Or to rename the default essentially. Delete the branch, pause, tell. And maybe I just delete the default. We can just say dot. And that goes to the same state. Let's try this one. Fire. Yeah, okay, that fixed it. Okay, so then the problem is that it's a default choice, right? Well, actually, let me test some further. That if, let's have it end directly from that. So we'll have it go to end. Save. Fire. Yep. So that works. I don't need this test 2 state. Delete that. Now, can I do it in the start state? Let's test that. It's that it can't be a default choice. Oh, the start can only have a no, the start state doesn't have choices, right? The start state is only to have an event list. Right. I think I reserved choices in the start state to be if we enter the dialogue in different ways, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah. But this obviously was broken, right? I can't have a pause here and then another tell. It looks very hot. It's hot. Yeah, it's broken. Okay, so I can't, so it's broken in two places. We can't have a pause for the start state, and we can't have pause be in the default choice. It has to be in a non-default choice. Okay. Two bugs. Pause doesn't advance event list index when used in the start state. That's one problem. And also pause doesn't advance event list index when used in the default choice for a non-start state. Or maybe it's just the default choice of any state. That could be it could be just one bug in two different places I'm seeing it. Oh, well, that's more explicit, actually. All right, anyway. I have the test dialog. I'll fix the other bug later. So right now, it just says that, and then you have to say fire, and if you don't say fire, it just says ... Verify that. If I say... Oh, I never hit save. If I say anything, it just says ... unless I say fire, and then it says you gaze into the fiery abyss. The abyss stares back into your soul, and then it leaves the dialogue. Because I have a test dialogue to play around with. And verified it sort of works sometimes. What I really care about for the trigger is that it actually puts the player into the dialogue. That's the only thing I really care about, right? Is that it does a dialogue start trigger. So then we're making a test for it. Yep, that's what I was doing all along. Actually, I forgot to update that to say we were troubleshooting the dialogue trigger. Now, I just copy-pasted that, didn't I? Yes. So I need to change this from message to dialogue, and then the key is different. It is dialogue entity. And this could be any number I want, so I'm going to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's a step trigger of type dialogue to go to that dialogue number. Player goes into that same position. There's the position of the trigger. That's the player's position of the player. We step the entity component system, the systems basically. The expected feedback should be dialogue enter or something like that, right? Let me see what it does. Transport message script dialogue. Yeah, it does enter dialogue. Oh, it does a bunch of things. Right, it adds them to the interact list. Actually, so we're going to expect all of this, right? This should be feedbacks. And it's a vector of feedbacks, so where have I done this before? I've done it here. Perfect. This is what I want. It should be the same things. So that begins the initializer list, and that ends it, and then that's the body there. All right, so we're going to be interacting with that dialogue. So instead of NPC, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I believe that's right. Let me follow this. It's actually in the dialogue system. The trigger system calls the dialogue system's enter dialogue. Okay, the dialogue and the target entity might be different. In this case, they're the same. Oh, no, they're not. Hold on. The second parameter is player entity. What's target? Target is the trigger. Oh, okay, the trigger has its own entity reference. Yes, 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 yes. So that was up here, right? Trigger. Trigger is the target. Dialogue is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're interacting with the trigger, not the dialogue. That's correct. And there we go. And that should not... Everything else should work in that. Okay, cool. So now we have unit tests for something I didn't have tests for. Now it's time to change everything. put that in a different commit. So this is, actually there are two different things here. This was a refactoring step, right? Right, refactoring. Combine redundant entity lookup for triggers. All right, and then this one was add missing tests for... let's be pure about this. We're not checking this. So this is adding missing tests for message and dialogue triggers. The rest of it is update test names to use upper snake case convention. And this is add more bugs found to to-dos. All right. Feel like I need to take another break. These bugs are training me. Anyway, bugs are fixed. Tests are in place. Now I need to change the current task to say we're not reviewing it. I am redesigning the format of the game's trigger data. In prep for migrating it, for migration. Or actually, do I need to reformat it? No, I don't need to reformat it. Okay, so I'm not I am migrating. Migrating the game's trigger data from JSON to SQLite. I keep wanting to type in MySQL. I think it's just a Freudian slip. I guess I'm thinking about MySQL. I don't know why. All right, so then this is going to add some more unit tests, similar to what Zone had, right? Is this the right place? Yeah? Did Zone... Where did I put the Zone tests? Oh, I put them at the front. Oh no, they were here all along. Never mind. I just want to copy these now and add it to trigger. At the bottom. These all need to say trigger. ECS test trigger. Hey there, Helpful Puffin. Hope you've been helpful lately, as your name implies. Alright, the top of these tests. So, destroy entity. Easy. Okay, so instead of zone, it's going to be trigger. And this, let's do a search replace on that also. Okay. So destroy is simple. If there is one in the entity component system and we tell it to delete it, then the database shouldn't be there anymore, right? Create. I think I need to have 4 different creates, right? Create component of type for a teleporter. And then a message, a dialogue, and a script, right? So these are all basically 4 different... Can I just build it in here, actually? No, there are going to be 4 different tables. Yeah, there are going to be 4 different tables. Yes. Okay. So 4 different tests. Yeah. All right. So then a trigger, a teleporter looks like what? Teleporter looks like one of these. So there's a type and an action which has another element in it. So that's trigger type step key trigger action JSON object. Need to fix my chair. I'm not sitting centered. All right. Thank you for that follow. I appreciate the follows. I hope you guys are having an okay time here. Or let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I keep working. And if chat goes too quiet, I might engage chat with some questions like, How's your week been going? Is there anything you're looking forward to doing? Is anybody enjoying Minecraft Dungeons as much as I am? I hope so. We finished the first mode. I don't remember the mode name, but the second mode is Adventure, and I forget. I think the third one's Nightmare or something. We got through the first playthrough yesterday, me and my friends and I, and we're at like level 33 or something. Anyway, had a lot of fun with that, and we're starting the Adventure mode, which is you play the game again, but at the next highest difficulty level. Next higher difficulty level. It's like a mix of Diablo and Minecraft, and I really like how they've kept the all the sound effects, and they have like the same themes, like the redstone, obsidian, creepers. Yeah, it's very true to the original Minecraft, but it has that Diablo feel. I very infrequently run across games which combine the elements of two other games so well. Okay, so that's my impromptu ad for Minecraft Dungeons because I'm having fun playing it. I need to have action type, and this has got to be teleporter. Nobody else playing Minecraft Dungeons out there? I know someone who's been who had played the beta. I know someone. Hint, hint. Anyway, I had a lot of fun in playing it. I guess they're for a transport. It's transport, not teleporter. I guess the rest of it's just X, Y, Z, and that's it, right? So it's X 4. Why not? Y -7. These numbers don't mean anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for the zone entity. Hey there, Tim Bodette. How are you doing? By the way, you guys, did you know Tim Bodette's another Twitch streamer? He's making his own game and game engine and other games as well. You should check it out. It's all racing themed. If you like racing games, check out Tim's channel. You haven't played the real version yet? Okay, no spoilers then. I hope telling you that there are different modes of play was not a spoiler. I figured it wasn't. Because when it doesn't reveal any story elements. It just, I guess it's just saying that you can, some games have that new game plus, new game plus plus, and it's sort of the same thing. You knew about that? Okay, good. Whew. I don't have a whole lot of experience avoiding saying spoilers. Yeah, Tim, I was just mentioning Minecraft Dungeons because I was having a lot of fun playing that. Trying to stir up some chat, because chat was getting kind of quiet. Everybody sort of being lulled to sleep by my silky voice, I guess. Company you work for as interns, starting this coming Monday. Looking forward to meeting yours. Oh, cool. You know what I did once when I had a new intern that really threw them? I shaved my head between when I interviewed them and when they had their start date. And so they were like, did a double take. They're like, what happened to your hair? I'm like, no, it wasn't you. It was just a coincidence. You also had fun playing Minecraft Dungeons. I see. Well, Ski Dog, maybe we should play the game together sometime, We totally haven't been playing the same game until now. All right. But yeah, regressions. That came to mind that when I had an intern once, it happened to be right when I decided to shave my head because I had never done it before, and he was really funny. Didn't recognize me, and when he did a double take. What? Together? Yeah. It's too bad we can't trade items in Minecraft Dungeons. Doesn't that suck? That's maybe one of the only things, other than the fact that it's got kind of bugs right now, but I can forgive the bugs. They'll get the bugs worked out. I have a problem in that you can't trade items in the game. It's the first multiplayer game that I've played that you can't do that, and because you can't even drop things on the ground and so other people can pick them up. I don't like that. All right, I'm building a statement here. I'm building a statement where I care about... I guess we're not recording that it's step. We're going to record the action. So it's going to be type. Actually, no. I decided to make a different table for every type. So we know the type is teleporter. All we really care about are X, Y, and Z. Right? And the entity. We already know the entity. Yes. The lack of trading does suck. We could make builds like We could make builds we like if we... Oh, I see. Yeah. Maybe that's the point. They don't want it to make it easier for you to... Oh, I dropped like another 50 frames. Oh my goodness. Now I'm at 0.1%. The horror. 0.1% drop frames. Yeah, that was me, not you. I saw the red light go on my OBS. Yeah, I guess it would be too easy to get items and you wouldn't be trading your emeralds for random drops anymore. You'd just be trading items. Okay, I expect those same numbers to appear for all 3 columns, right? And actually that's it. I just need 3 expects here. 4, -7, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. For column 0, 1, and 2. I should totally make a helper function that removes all this boilerplate, but I am super lazy. Destroy component, easy. Set would be just to change a teleporter, right? So this should be set enemy component of type teleporter. We're going to arrange a teleporter. And we're going to change said teleporter. I don't know. Actually, what happens if we change a trigger from one type to another? Should I even care about that? I'll never need to do that. What if I just make a rule for myself that I can never change the type of the action? I have to delete the old one and create a new one. That's fair enough. So I only really need to handle changing an existing action's variables. So we set the X to maybe like 3 instead of 4. And maybe we change the zone key, but we leave the Y alone. So let's change it to 88 or something. Set that in there, and then read it back out. It's going to be X, Y, and Z again. I should get back these numbers down here. 3, -7, and 88. All right, let's build it. Oh, I forgot the schema. Schema. What to name the table? What did I decide to name the table here? Okay, that's the wrong table name. It's not zone. That's definitely wrong. So the first time I used it and it's wrong was, let's just look for the word zone. What's my main job? Right now, this is my main job, but in the past, I've worked as an engineer doing prototype applications and embedded software. So Code Journey talks about that. Right now, I'm part-time doing live streaming, developing this game, which you can read about or check out here. And the other half of the time, I am doing errands, driving kids to and from school. Although during the pandemic, I haven't had to do the driving, so it's been more like more working on stream and less having to do kid stuff, but that's just because of the pandemic. So I've been using C++ for years because of that embedded stuff and the R&D stuff at Qualcomm. And I've been trying to expand while demonstrating coding on stream on Twitch into learning JavaScript and other languages, so pandemic was a fun board game, yeah. And now we're living the real life version of it, right? Where was I? Oh, it was, here's the first one, right? So I don't want trigger. I want let's have a trigger underscore and then the type. So this would be teleporter. Actually, then for this to work at all, this actually needs to be a proper teleporter. So let me do that. This needs to go. And that means I need to have 4 versions of it, right? Bummer. I have to have 4 versions of it. No problem. We can do this. Because I need to do the same thing here, don't I? This needs to go there. No, not that. This needs to go there. Because the table needs to be called trigger teleporter. Right there. Phew! Okay. So it's not zone, it's trigger teleporter. And over here also trigger teleporter. So I ought to do my due diligence and have all 4 varieties to trigger, even though I'm probably going to delete a couple of them. That's fine. We'll do it anyway. Second kind was message, right? So that's type message. And the, well, I can cheat and kind of look at other tests. This is exactly what I had here. I had this. Oh, I did that wrong. It's step and then message. And that goes there, right? There we go. I did it. I did it, chat. Okay, so then this is message. And I can totally steal this and copy it here. And this would not be XYZ now. It would be type and content. And both of those are strings, so these both turn to string equal, these both turn into const char star, and these both turn into text. This one is going to be type, so it's game. And this other one is hello. It's our message. Okay, and then destroy component of type message. Totally going to steal this again to go here. And this expects the table to be message. All right, and then again, ruthlessly copy paste that. And this is, oh wait a minute, what am I doing? I totally messed that up, didn't I? I did totally mess that up. I edited the wrong place because I wasn't careful. Message. I meant to make a copy of this one and call it message. Have the same setup as the delete. Only we need to change, let's just change the message, the content, and not the type. We'll change it to world instead of hello, because hello also always should be, what's the word? Followed. Hello should always be followed by world. That's the only correct way to write it in computer languages, right? So, trigger message. This is, again, well, what am I doing? I need all of this stuff up here, right? From create, this stuff. All of that there. Instead of hello, it's world. Okay, that's 2 out of 4. 2 more. The first one was delete, right? Or destroy. Destroy a teleporter, destroy a message. Then we have script and we have dialogue. Let's just do all of the destroys at once. So this is script. Script. Hello world, it is sun. It's hello world. That's the very first thing you print. Everyone's like rite of passage as a programmer is to do a hello world program, right? What am I doing? I need to actually search where I use script and other tests. There we go. Oh, was I going to take the opportunity to fix this? I think I was. All of these A's need to turn into what the symbol is for it. That is trigger action. All these A's turn into trigger actions. Right, and then all of the T's turn into action types. So if I search for T, that turns in that one turns into action type. That one's different though. That's an action type, that's not. That's an action type, that's not. Okay, so then these other T's are trigger type. Now that they have names, they're hopefully easier to understand. The S is action script. Should be no other S's. Nope. All right, good. So then what I was looking for at the beginning was to copy that down to one of these, to the test where we're destroying the script. Right here. There we go. So this should be a script table now. All right, and then the final one was a dialogue. That's dialogue. Let me find where I've done this before. There, it's just an entity. Nothing to be afraid of, it's just an entity. So this is trigger dialog. There we go. Pull your hair down, smudge everything to the front. You do a great job at writing friendly C++. I try to, Pink Fluffy Llama. This is nice and friendly looking. It's when it becomes longer than a page, it doesn't fit on the screen, where I think I'm not doing as good a job. Well, you know, you should always be trying to write clean code. It's really hard to do. It takes discipline, as Uncle Bob would say. You guys know who Robert Martin is, right? Uncle Bob? If you don't know who Uncle Bob is, you should do a Google search on Uncle Bob Robert Martin clean code. He's a pioneer in the industry of computer science in how to have good discipline in programming and how to write code that is readable by humans and maintainable and structured so that you can easily modify and change it. Only 3 lines in the function BS. Writing readable code is pretty darn important. Yeah, it also requires a lot more discipline than you might imagine. It's really easy to start writing things badly and then you get into a habit and then before you know it, your code is spaghetti. Bad news, right? Okay, I think I got all the delete destroys done. And then the creates. I need 2 more creates. Wait a minute, I'm missing all 3 creates. Did I forget to do the create for I did forget to do the create for message. Bad. Bad, Raimu, bad. Create component of type message. I'll just grab this one. Yeah, actually, no, there it is. What am I doing? What am I doing? I modified the teleporter by accident. I'm so dumb. I modified the teleporter. I need to get my teleporter back. Okay, I think I will get it back from the set. Yeah. I did that and totally didn't know, didn't watch what I was doing. I messed up my teleporter create component of type test. No problem, no problem. We can recover. I can just get this back. Not a biggie. Let's put that back where it was. Just need to get the numbers correct. There we go. I've recovered it. FizzBuzz Enterprise Edition. I have not seen that. That's cool. Hey there, Dragon. You're back. Welcome back. Also, hello to Pink Fluffy Llama. I forgot to say hi to 19 Skip, who asked me what my main job was. I hope I answered it well enough. MC Asco, hello, as well. And I also forgot to say hi to Skadonger. Hope he's still here. I'm getting pretty bad at noticing when people chat who haven't chatted before during the day, and I use this chat helper. I think the problem is the hi column is way on the left, and so I have to turn my head to see it. If I put it on the right, I would probably see it more easily. But that thing helps remind me of who's chatting and who I haven't said hi to. All right. Teleporter message. Okay, so then I need 2 more create components, right? I need one for script and dialog. Script. It doesn't really matter what I put here, right? I guess I've been putting error hello. It doesn't matter. Who cares? Script. There we go. So then for script, it's going to be just script, right? From trigger script. And so there's only one string, and it's whatever string I put here goes there. Easy peasy. Last is dialog. Create component of type dialog. Dialog, dialog, dialog. Where art thou, dialog? So this has an entity in it. So the key takeaway from these tests is that this bit of information is what goes into the database column, right? So if I have dialog from trigger dialog. I better get back this number for the column that we fetched from the database. Hey there, Wobat. I am doing fine. Doing my test-driven development, yes. I'm setting up my tests still. I'm going to have a lot of tests for the trigger entity type because there are 4 different kinds. I have teleporters, I have messages, I have scripts, and I have dialogues. So I gotta like make a test for each one, right? We have to cover all our bases. So this is destroy component of type trigger where it's a script. And then I have a script and it has an action. Oh, Wobat, just subscribe to me. Thank you for the subscription. Now you too can wave to people like I can. Or you can use the reverse cactus. Or you can use the enigmatic golem. Thank you for supporting the stream. I appreciate it. I really like, I've grown to like my hey emote because it's like a custom wave I can use everywhere, and it's me. So that's one benefit of being a streamer is if you get emotes, then you can like put your own, you can put your own face in there and be waving at people personally. It feels nice. Okay, I need a destroy 4 dialogue. I'll memorize these in no time, right? I feel like I've already done this. Am I off by one? No? I'm just remembering wrong. This should say dialogue. This should say script. Message teleporter. What I should probably be consistent. And instead of saying trigger teleporter, it should be trigger transport. And teleporter should just be transport, right? Hey there, Atomic Nibble. Yeah, Backcraft, that's another kind of emote, but I'm not really into that kind of emote. I think that's like borderline TOS. I kind of try to avoid that stuff, but that's okay. Oh, what happened here? This should be int maxt. I leave it to other streamers to have that kind of emote. That's fine. You know, I'm a programmer. I'm not that kind of streamer. Transport message, script, dialogue. Transport message, script. I'm just going down to make sure I got them all. Dialogue. They look good. I probably made a mistake. That's okay. I'll find it later. Transport message, script, dialogue. And then the sets. I have 2 of them. I'm missing 2 more. Right, that's it. 2 more tests to define. Set for script should have the same kind of thing as create. So, this. I'm going to need to come back here, so I'm going to set a bookmark. And I'm going to paste that, and then I'm going to go bookmark back, grab this, and then go forward again. And there. And then in the middle, I get to change something. So what am I going to change? That entity number needs to be that. I'm going to change the script. Instead of saying error hello, we're going to make the script be give points 100. There we go. I don't think so, Toulouse. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Some part of me thinks that, like, at some point Twitch is just going to go clean up all their emotes and just drop all of those. Or at least the one, I mean, you know what I'm talking about. There's variants of that emote which are even more towards the TOS, you know? They're probably going to strip those at some point, right? Or maybe not. Who knows? It's Twitch. So I expect the same string. It doesn't really matter what the string is. I just put something in there that's realistic. It could be foobar for all we care here. This is going to be dialogue. Dialogue. They cleaned up word letter emotes and brought them back, really? I think it's just because I'm a dad. And I think if like I'm conditioned in that mode where like I try to set the right example for kids, and so when there are things in this world that maybe deviate from what I set examples for and I don't approve of it, there's this association in my mind of like it's if one of my kids did it, and it's like, oh, I need to go do a teaching moment now. But I guess I shouldn't worry about that. They're not my Twitch and their viewers are not my kids. You can let them do their things. You have no idea why you have that. Maybe you got gifted the sub. I don't know. Yeah, that's one of those emotes, right? It just happens. I get random subs in channels that like I haven't watched in days. I've never gotten a sub for a channel I've never seen before though. So I don't know, Pink Fluffy Llama. Maybe you were in that channel by accident. I don't know. Don't even watch them. Sorry, I shouldn't even joke about that. Who knows? Maybe if everyone in the channel has subs, even the robots, maybe at some point Twitch is like, well, we got to give them to somebody. Let's just pick people at random, even who have never even been here. Kind of a sub to a streamer you weren't even, but if you never visited their channel, is it possible to get an emote or get a sub to them? I guess, what if someone gifted you a sub because they knew you and they thought, oh, let's just get, I like Pink Fluffy Llama. You know what it was? I bet it was the Pink Fluffy Llama name. Someone saw that in the name list and said, I definitely got to gift a sub to this guy. This Pink Fluffy Llama. It's an awesome name. I would gift subs to Pink Fluffy Llama. That's for sure. May have gotten there from a raid. Yeah, someone liked your name. Exactly. That sounds more likely to me. Someone liked your name. They were searching. They saw your name. They like, that's a cool name. Okay, there is no action script for a dialogue trigger. It's an entity. So we're going to change the entity to 88. And then I expect 88. For int max t column 0 if it's an integer. And this is dialogue. All right. Did I get it right? I think I did. Let's build it. Your name does make you smile. It's important to have a name that is descriptive and fits your personality and your likes and dislikes, and one that makes you smile is an extra bonus, right? I got a lot of tests here. They're all going to fail miserably because I haven't even written the schema for this yet. They pretty much all failed. All right. So to get some of them to pass, all I need to do is create the schema for them. Let's do that now. These are all primary. These all have primary keys too. So it's trigger, transport. And in addition to the primary key, transport has X, and it has a Y, and it even has a Z. Can you believe it? It's got an X, a Y, and a Z? All right. So then the next kind of trigger in the game is a message. Message has a type and a content. And both of those are text. All right, and then we have the script, where it's just script. These might seem like silly tables, but they're different dimensions of kinds of triggers. You can think of it as these really are different kinds of components. I just have the same game system using them all. So script becomes dialogue. And this one is an integer. That should cause a lot of the tests to not crash, but run, and the destroys should pass for now because the crates don't actually do anything. The crates should all fail and the sets should all fail. So that's exactly what I expected. Sometimes you wish you could remove a gift sub you get from a strange channel after a raid. Yeah. I think the why is it just kind of feels wrong that you have a sub to a channel that you'd never watch. Or you know what would be good? What if Twitch allowed you to transfer a gifted sub to someone else who you know would like it better? Kind of like a gift exchange. Because it wouldn't cost them much, and it would potentially increase the number of continued subscriptions because you gift it to someone who is more likely to resub. Shouldn't Twitch add that? Shouldn't we like suggest that to Twitch? It's probably already been suggested. I bet you it has. Every good idea I come up with has been thought of before. Twitch transfer gifted sub. I bet you it's a maybe it's not. Maybe it's not, chat. Maybe we should go in there and suggest it. Doesn't Twitch have suggestions? Suggestions. Twitch voice. Let's see. Is this the right one? Yes. Let's see if there's something in here. Transfer gifted sub. Is there not? Seriously? No one has suggested this idea before? Maybe we should be the first. Transfer is not in here at all. Maybe it's just buried in here somewhere. And the search just isn't working. How about transfer? No. I think we should suggest it, shouldn't we? How do I do this in a browser where I'm logged in? How about I just close that and I open my own browser here? Who knows? New window, please. Will this work? Open ID. Okay, yeah, I must have already authorized it in the past. Okay, we totally have to do this. Go back to user voice. Choose a relevant category. It ended up on... Okay. Yeah, so do I need to look under the category? They say choose a category and see if anyone suggested it. So it would be subscriptions, right? Where would that show up? I have no idea. I guess I have to look at them one by one. Ads, chat messaging, channel, I don't know, community, emotes, general, 720 ideas. Under subscriptions, I didn't see. Oh, there it is. You're right. Here, there it is. There's 60 ideas from subscriptions. Automatic resub. Yeah, how come there's no transfer subscription to someone who cares about it more? Huh? Let's add it. Maybe you guys can vote for it. Who knows? How can we improve? Okay. A transfer gifted sub option would be nice for when I get subbed to a channel I don't watch, but I know someone else who does. Making sure it doesn't match anything else I already have. Yeah, I don't see it in here. What? I'm buffering too much. I haven't dropped any frames. It might be between you and Twitch. I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, one problem is that it's not sorting them by vote order. So it might be in here. Do I need to go look at all 3 pages? Oh, I shouldn't have hit that button before let me get that in my clipboard so I don't lose it. I don't know why I'm doing this side thing of voting on an idea in Twitch. I guess because I expected someone to have already proposed it, and I don't see it in this list. And I'm like, really? No one's put it in here? Or I should put it in here. Why does this emote take so long time to approve? That's funny. Someone's unhappy. It's all in caps. Gift card. Oh, okay. All right, let's propose it. Category. Feature gift subs. Really, that is the idea. Ability to transfer gifted subs to others. Sometimes people receive gifted subs in channels they hardly ever watch. Or have never watched. Sometimes people receive gifted subs in channels they hardly ever watch. If there was a transfer gifted sub option, it would be nice for those cases where, one, the person knows some... Let's make this bigger. Can I make this bigger? I can't make it bigger? Urgh. The person knows someone else who does watch that channel and would appreciate the gifted sub more. More, as in more likely to renew the sub. 2. Actually, I can't think of a 2. Let's just collapse that then. There. All right. I hate... let's not edit it here. This is frustrating me. Let's edit it here. Sometimes people receive gifted subs in channels they hardly ever watch or have never watched. If there was a transfer gifted sub option, it would be nice for those cases where the person knows someone else who does watch that channel and would appreciate the gifted sub more, as in more likely to... I guess that's fine. Post idea. There we go. There, it's got 1 vote. I'll have to watch that later and see if anyone ever votes on it. Does that page actually work? Let me try that in a incognito window first. Oh, there we go. There's a link if you want to vote on it, if you think my idea is nice. I think I will also keep in my notebook so I don't lose it. Whoa. 1 note, you're killing me. Don't make it that wide. All right. I'm excited because usually when I think of something, like, someone's already posted it and all I can do is vote on it. Now I actually get to enter one. All right, so then this is where I'm back to my work here. I'm gonna do the crates next, right? Oh, thank you, Backcraft. Twitch uservoice.com isn't Twitch. No, it's like a third-party site, right? I hope that's an okay site. I figure. They want your email? Really? Twitch suggestions. Let's see if it's actually endorsed by them. How to provide feedback. Yeah, so they link to twitch.uservoice from twitch.tv, so it looks like it's the officially endorsed method of giving them feedback, and they do want you to sign in. I mean, I guess, I don't know why they would want your email. Maybe in case you post something inappropriate. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we have the same problem with their dev tools, right? They also, if you go to the Twitch's dev tools, they want you to log in with OAuth Twitch dev. All right, they also, you have to log in with Twitch to get to their dev site. I think they just need to know who you are. They can't just have random people on the internet voting. Who knows? Twitch is Twitch. All right. going to go create these tables now. Let's see. This file is tremendous. It's too big for me to manage. I must split this up at some point. We're working on trigger, but I don't know if it fits here. This is component type, right? Mapping to a column. I don't think I want to have an entry here. I think we have to do the complex mapping. Oh, another problem is that we don't know which table. I guess we can say that we're updating 4 tables. Yeah, okay. So it's not so bad. I just have to make a custom mapping. This is a custom mapping for trigger. And there are going to be 4 of them. We'll do one of them first. Trigger transport. And the key is action, right? Yeah. The key is this action key. I have that in the key names. This one. Trigger action. Okay, and then right. So zone NPCs gets replaced with trigger transport. And we care about X, Y, and Z here. And then there are 4 arguments to bind. And then when we update a trigger, it's X. Why do I have these on separate lines? Was I just being... I don't know. I feel like I should just put these all on the same line. But maybe keep the entity separate? I don't know. I could put them all on the same line. In fact, I could put them all on the... I can just do that. Because it's short enough. Yeah, why not? It's not too bad. Okay, and then delete from... right, there's no secondary key here, actually. Which means there's no real distinction between just deleting one and deleting them all. Because there is only one. Yeah, because that is a primary key. Okay. But because of the boilerplate I made, it's going to have... There are 2 different paths, so there are 2 different statements, even if they're the same statement contents. Alright, so then it has to be an object. It also has to have the correct type. So if elements action type is not equal, so this needs to be interpreted as a string. If it's not equal to transport, then we return, right? And then I don't need to do that at all. I just reset the statement, bind, and step it. So let's hide this. It's X, Y, and Z, right? So int elements X, Y, and Z. And this is trigger transport. All right, and then the update. That's also easy, right? No, well, it could be more complicated if I allowed you to change a teleporter to something else, but I'm not going to allow that. So it's just going to be that they both have to be objects. Actually, I don't even need delete. I'm just going to use update, aren't I? It's going to be super easy. Yeah, okay, so this is easy. I can just do it this way. Just delete all this junk. Well, not all the junk. I'm gonna hold on. It's only new elements we care about, right? In fact, I don't even care about the old. Let's just not even check it. As long as there's a new one there, and it's of type transport, then we're doing an update. Okay, and so is it just update statement, and then I have to put the entity first? And it already is first. No, the entity needs to be last. I think that was the key. The update statement is entity is last, XYZ is first. That's right. So then it's that's 3, 0, 1, 2. Put it at the end, and we're done. This is update. Hold on, I'll get back to that in a second. Just want to clean this up. Delete that. All right. Instead of elements, it's new elements. And I'm done. So that should be it for teleporters. I have to do that 3 more times for the 3 other kinds of triggers, and I'll be done with triggers. At least for create, delete, and update. All right, so run these tests again, and the creates for teleporter should work. It didn't work. All right, well, I messed it up again. Not surprising. I usually get it wrong the first time. What's the problem here? Oh, I'm on the wrong one. I need to go to the one for transporters. There we go. What did I do wrong here? Oh, the entity number's wrong. That would explain it. Do I have the entity wrong in all the places? You can't delete a trigger? Yeah, you can delete a trigger. It's just going to delete all... It's going to delete the same row from all 4 tables when you delete a trigger because it doesn't care what the type is. Find annoying how bind index get column index base is different. Yeah. One's 0 based, the other one's 1 based. Yeah. So I handle that in my abstraction so that from the outside it's 0 based. Inside I do a +1 on the bind. So that's what I'd recommend for hiding that kind of thing, is you make an abstraction that fixes it for you. You can do the adjustment internally to some abstraction layer, and then from outside the abstraction layer, and now it's all 0 based. Yay! And you can make your abstraction layer as thin or as fat as you need it to be. Okay, I have the wrong entity numbers spread around here, obviously, so all of the crates should have 5, well, it should just be consistent. 42 for all of them. Because these are all 42s, 42, 42, yeah. And then destroys are all 523s. Sets are all... Okay, here's where it's different again. Okay, that might have been it. Hopefully that was it. All right, run it again. Yep, we've passed the crate and not the set though. Okay, the set is broken. The numbers are wrong. It got 4 when it should have been 3. Oh, that's wrong. It's not action type. It's action. I probably made the same mistake on all these other ones, right? Yeah. Action. Action. Oops. That and that. There we go. That's the problem with bugs. If you copy paste before you fix the bug, you have now copies of the bug. It's horrible. It's still broken. What did I do wrong here? It's not changing it. Let me think about this again. We have a teleporter here. The first level is A, right? That should be A. It's A. And then at that level, there's an X, a Y, and a Z, and we're changing them. We're changing X and Z, really. And then we're selecting it back out, and we get the wrong numbers. I guess we're single-stepping. In this code here I did. Oh, this is wrong. It's probably, well... Actually, it might be that it's not giving us the right level here. Let me run this in the debugger. What's new elements? It's an object. That's okay. What's in the object? TXYZ. Okay, it's got XYZ in there. Oh, did I get this wrong again? No, that's correct. What's X right here? Sorry, you guys can't see it. It's like on the right edge here. It's 3. That's what I had the test change it to, right? 3. 3. So it is updating it. Oh, we got an error. The error is unique constraint failed. Trigger transport.e. Is the update... Wait a minute. Update should have done that. Why did it get a unique constraint failure for update? See ya, Irish John. Thanks for hanging out so long. Even though you're lurking. Lurking is perfectly fine. Enjoy the rest of your day. Or your evening, I guess. What time is it there? It's probably... Is it 8 or 9 p.m. now? Okay. Oh, it did create statement. Look at that. That's the problem. I had to look carefully there to see that. Okay, Tim, for you, it's probably dinner, right? Have a good dinner. Food sounds good for me, actually. I'm getting hungry. See you again. And by the way, another shout out for Tim. So it's really easy for me to do, just to say that Tim's channel is all about game dev. As an independent game developer, Tim's making racing games. He has his own engine called Turtle Brains. It's written in C++, so near and dear to my heart is C++. And I don't know very many people who are both writing code in C++ and streaming it on Twitch and doing a game engine. So you should definitely check out Tim's channel if you like watching this. It's more C++ and ultimately making games. Let's run these tests again. Did I build it? Yep, I built it. All right, running it. Past this one will feel much better, and I can do the other 3 sets. Okay, yeah, it passed. So now we're down to 3 sets that fail. And this is all, should be a matter of just replicating these tables here. So remove breakpoints, remove that window. I know it's ugly, but we'll get through this. There will be another table, but this one is not for transporters, it's for messages. So this is trigger message. And the values here are, it's E, type, and content, I think it was. So there are only 3 arguments there. So this is set type equals something, content equals something. And then delete is the same. So create, it's got to be message, trigger message. So this is, do I have keys for this one? I do. Message type, message content. Like that. And then these are not integers. These are strings. Conversion's going okay, Matt. We're down to 6 tables now. I did the zone table earlier. I'm doing the trigger table now. I'm almost done with it, and then we'll be down to 5. The 5 most difficult. The graphics tile sets, the quest master template list, the NPC prototypes, basically, the NPC entities, and the dialogue entities are the last ones. And then once all that's done, I can move on to step 2, which is to do the selects and drop the JSON from it, and then hook it up to the real database and see if it actually works. Actually, no, I also need to do migration of the actual data that exists now. Right now, it's only going to create things that are newly created. It won't create things that already exist. So there needs to be like a special step where we like import the existing data, and I haven't done that one either. But yeah, working our way through it, you know. I'm averaging like 1 to 2 tables a stream, so sometime next week, hopefully be doing either the bulk migration of the actual data, or we're doing the selects. Doing anything for the DB schema management? Yeah, I have I sort of prototyped that process when I did it for my stream helper. I can show you that. What I settled on was this scheme. Let me show you. If I just open the folder for bouncer, open. So what I'm intending to do is to have, there should be a directory here. Maybe it's under bouncer. There's going to be a directory called migrations, and then there will be a list of time-stamped SQL files. What I intend to do is to either find or make my own tool that will run these scripts whenever migrations are needed. And I'm using a special migrations table that records whether or not a migration has been done. So you could imagine a tool, probably there's lots of tools out there that do this, but if there's not one that I like, I'll just make my own. It's not that hard, right? You just go into the migrations table and see, well, is this value already in the table? If so, we don't need to do the migration. And if it's not in the table, then you do the rest of the script. So that's why I have this or fail. So, and the way I would run this is I would stop on failures, and so it would get this far and stop if we've already done this step. And then you just sort them by timestamp and just run it whenever you think you need to do a migration. And then this is for forward direction. I still need to figure out reverse direction, but it would be like you'd be able to go backwards by dropping it, deleting it from the table, and then if you can delete it, then you'd proceed to remove do the backwards migration. So hey there, Gelmega. How come my chat is not updating correctly? That's weird. My stream helper lost its connection to Twitch somehow. I guess I need to stop it and start it again. It didn't see any chat since Tim said goodbye, which was not too long ago. Oh well. So I think, Matt, you just came in here, so let me give you a hey. And so I'm going to forget who I said hey to. Please don't abuse me. That. Flip my lights on and off to make sure that that's working. Okay, yeah. Somehow now it's back. That's weird. The bot lost its connection to Twitch, and it didn't even give me a message about it. I don't know. Now it says Toulouse, I haven't waved to you, but I know I have. Finally got your new power supply. Might be a bit too much. A 1200 watt is not that too much. I mean, overkill is not bad. Those things are designed to, if you don't load them completely, they're fine with it, right? It's not like an embedded thing where you need to get the power adjusted right. Exactly. So anyway, to answer Matt's question, I do plan to have this. We'll see how it goes. I'm going to try to keep it simple where the migrations are all done with SQL scripts. If it needs to be more complicated, then I might have to have some like scripting. So maybe Lua, Python, something like that. But we'll see if I can just handle it with this. So this is the first migration would be to establish the tables you need, right? So this is the tables my stream helper actually keeps. Most of it's just a row for every user to remember if we banned them or, if they're whitelisted, if they're a bot or not, that kind of thing. But we also keep the last 10 chat messages just so I can click and see like what's the last 10 things they've said, that kind of thing. 280 euro, wow, that's expensive. I think here they usually cost like 50 bucks, maybe 100 bucks for a big one. I don't think I've ever paid 280. Equivalent of that in US dollars would be what? Like 350 bucks? 350 US dollars? Anyway, so every time I would need to change the schema of the database, I would add a new SQL script, and then I have some tool that I would trigger that would just run all the migrations that we need. And then I have to be able to revert if I need to, so there'll probably be some reverse migrations scripts as well. It's a Corsair HX1200i. Should I see what that's going for from the US? Oh yeah, it's $300. Look at that. Currently unavailable. Wow. So comparable models, yeah, that's a primo model. That's a lot of watts. It's a lot of wattage. One of my kids is saying that they're printing something, but I don't know. I don't hear the printer going. Don't turn off your computer until it prints. My kids have this habit of they start the printout from their computer, and then they're like, okay, it's printed out, and then they just turn their computer off, and it hasn't yet transmitted the whole document to the printer, and the printer will get halfway through and just stop. 80 plus platinum. Wow. You know, if it's reliable and it's you know, it's a good investment. I've had power supplies that are just junk. They just don't work even brand new out of the box. And it got to the point where I would just buy 2 power supplies instead of just 1. Here's your printout. There you go. Okay, I'm on message, right? Okay, I have the crate done, I think. Now we're doing the update? Yes, so this is message. Okay, I need message type and I need content. And then column 2 is entity now, and these are both strings. Okay, so that should now pass the second pair of tests I have. I thought you did. Actually, let's see what my stream helper says that you said. You were here last week, and you talked about the power supply. But yeah, since I only keep the last 10 chat messages, I don't know if you actually talked about the new job. I'd have to look at the Twitch viewer card. But congratulations, Joe Mega. I hope you enjoy this job. I hope that it's very fulfilling for you. I always think that the best kind of job is one where you're doing what you would enjoy doing in your free time anyway. You didn't have it yet last week? Okay, well, definitely I didn't say congratulations because you didn't have it. Yeah, hopefully it's something that you enjoy doing. I just know too many people who got jobs and they don't like their job. And usually it's not, they don't consciously know that they hate their job. It's more in like how often they need to vent and how often they say negative things about their workplace. And then it's like, yeah, maybe this isn't the right job for you. Job at a big game engine company. Ooh, nice. Where the engine does not start with a U. Ah. So it's not one of the big 2 then. Okay, I'm going to run my test to see if I got one more set working. Yep, I see green lights. So now it's down to just 2 pairs. Yeah, I didn't think that these would be that hard. I think I worked out the bugs. So we have 2 more trigger tables. There are triggers that activate scripts in the game. Is my current task correct, by the way? Yeah, looks good. So this one's about scripts, right? Heading all of these strings and changing them to script. All right. So a script just has a script. There's no type and content, it's just script. So this is really simple. It's just script. No other column. And so the type is probably a key. Yes. Script. And there's no third column. All right, and then down here it's the same thing. I'm done. That's how fast I am. I'm getting faster every iteration. It might be, can it run CryEngine? Nice. I still have Crisis. This is the first game to use the CryEngine, right? This game? Eh? Crisis? Still have it on my shelf. I enjoyed that game a lot. Whoa. Dog barking. Dog is protecting our territory. Worth holding on to until a PC can run it. Yeah, this was for the PC. You mean like I can't run this anymore? It's possible. Old games will stop running, right? No, I got it from Steam though now, so I have both a Steam version of this. Oh no, maybe I don't. I can't remember now. Playing into the joke. But like I still have Fable 3 and I can't play that anymore because it broke. I had that up there too, don't I? Oh no, I have that one in Steam. It used to be that you had to go out to the store to buy games. You young kids and your Steam. Back in my day, you had to go to GameStop to get your games, and you had to go both ways uphill in the snow. There was no downloading games. You had to get it on disc. They actually spun the disc in the disc drive, and we liked it. Okay, down to one set of tests. I need to work on my old man voice. You know, one way to work on my old man voice is just become an old man. I don't have to do anything. I just need to wait long enough, and I'll have the old man voice. All right. Script becomes here dialogue. You ever had to go uphill both ways? You don't know what you're missing, sonny. Go on, it build character. You get to learn how the world is. Want to sell this game? We'll make you pay it to sell it to us. That's true, right? Like, sometimes they just give you nothing. They'll say, okay, we'll take your game, or maybe we won't take your game. You have to buy a game for us to take it. Frankfurt's in a nice place, I would expect. Maybe busy. I've been in Frankfurt. That's the only place I've been to in Germany. But I never left the airport because I was on my way to Hungary at the time. And that was an experience. This was in the late 1990s. On the final trip from Frankfurt to Hungary, I was on a plane filled with Russians. We arrived late at Budapest in the middle of the night, and there's a huge line of customs. And I'm like sweating at this point. I'm like, they're really, really checking everyone's passport. And then I noticed, like, as I'm getting to the front of the line, near the front of the line, that everyone's Russian. Everyone's pulling out Russian passports. I get to the front of the line and like, oh, American? Okay, stamp. Next. I'm like, what? So apparently the Hungarians really, really carefully scrutinizing all the Russian passengers on the plane. American? No, you're fine. Keep going. I'll always remember that, like, how much I was sweating, because like everyone around me is a Russian. It's on a German plane. There's no one speaking English, and I'm like in Eastern Europe now. I've never been there before, and expecting the worst, and they're like, no, keep going. I'm like, oh, okay, fine. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed that little story. It's probably a lot different now. I bet they don't scrutinize nearly as much. But I don't know. Maybe they do. At the time, like, Hungarians really didn't like the Russians, and it was just holdovers from World War II. There was just a lot of bad blood there. Okay. What am I looking at here? I'm looking at I need dialogue entity. And this is an integer. And I just screwed that up, didn't I? I just did a multi-replace. That's bad. To be careful with the multi-cursor that you don't accidentally keep it active. Okay, this is an integer. Right, so that's the create, and I'm going to need the same thing on the next line, the next block down here. That's also an integer. I think that's it. I think we're done. Rent is quite high. Is that because it's in a dense German city? Or is there also a large tech sector there? I don't know. 20 euros per square meter would be a good deal. And how much? So a square meter for here would be around like 10 square feet. And if like a good sized house is, I don't know, 1,000 square feet, that would be 10,000 square meters? No, 100 square meters? So 100 times 20, 2,000. That's a lot, yeah. Hey there, Rally Monkey. How are you doing? I just got all my tests done. I just got the trigger table, imported into SQL. Isn't that nice? Let me check it in. All the lights are green. Let's check it in. I'm going to check in. Done. Thunk. Now we're down to 5 tables left. Double baby rage, right? I heard there's a double baby rage in your case, right? Double baby rage. Yeah, just remember, it's building character, Rally Monkey. Builds character. Work in progress, migrating ECS data from JSON to SQLite. And then this is add trigger tables. Commit. I need to actually stage it before I hit commit. Git GUI is nice enough to warn me about that. There we go. It could just make an empty commit, but then that would be not so nice. Even the studio apartments are extremely nice. That's good. Yeah, the internet's probably good there too, right? Hey there, 715-209. Hey, 715-209. Did you know I still have the note from when you said you must be the first that I tell whenever I look into Rust? It's still in here. 715-209 must be the first to know when I start learning Rust. That might be soon, but I will remember to let you be the first to know, because I said I would. It's one of those things people have been saying, hey, have you looked into Rust? Hey, have you looked into WebAssembly? Those two, like, people keep asking about, so. How to give yourself PTSD? We give it a try. Okay, so I have a question now. Do I tackle one of the big 5 tables, or do I wind down the stream with something easier? I think I would like to do something different. There were some bugs that I ran into today, right? Maybe I will switch the stream to we'll wind down with fixing some bugs. Oh, what happened there? I hit a key and it launched Feedback Hub. Oops. Okay, so fixing... Actually, we're not fixing yet. We're investigating a bug with NPC nameplates. Or with nameplates not appearing on screen. Let's see if I can reproduce this bug. I had it with this... Yeah, we can see it right now. My name doesn't show up, right? If I move my character over to here, I can get it to show up sometimes. Or is it if I have to reload? Yeah, see? There's my nameplate, and then I move, and it just disappears. There, see there? Oh, you know what it is? It's tiles added since my nameplate was created. They end up going on top of my nameplate. Look at that. So I bet you if I like, yeah, see it's just Raimu. Now it's just R. So it's this tile here to the right and up from my character is overriding my nameplate. Alright, so that's probably in the front end. So let's say fixing a bug with nameplates not appearing on screen. That's what we're doing right now. So switching gears, we're no longer looking at C++, we're looking at JavaScript. So this is probably in the stage.js where I do all this stuff. So it probably has to do with setting the depth of the nameplate. So this is not the nameplate. I want to find the nameplate. That's a divider, target reticle, debug tile, special tile. Okay, here we go. This might be it right here. Make tile label. This expects that that tile info includes a depth. That might be the problem. That it might, I might have hosed that. So let me search for this. This will be easy if that was it. Okay, I call it from a bunch of places. So it's really the tile info needs to have the depth everywhere. Oh, it's D. Okay, that's the problem. It's D, not depth. D. Fixed. So I fixed the bug, but maybe I should go revisit that because it's sort of gross that I had to do that, right? I should maybe just make it depth everywhere and not D. See, I think I fixed it. I'm kind of tempted to work on refactoring that to remove this this weird renaming that I have to do. This D depth that I have to do in places. It's sort of it don't you think? It should just be depth everywhere, not D. D is there in the interface between the back end and the front end because that's in the message. But once we receive the message, we should just translate it and then drop the old D shorthand and just use depth. Yeah, anyway, let me check in the bug fix. So this is going to be in production too. I wonder if that means I've already deployed. No, I didn't deploy the last to production, so I'm saved, right? Let me alt verify that. Fix bug where tile labels would disappear. All right, commit that. Push that. Was looking for German internet prices. Saw one of the companies, Deutsche Telekom, which has a logo that looks like a T-Mobile. Looked it up. They're basically own T-Mobile. Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. Kind of weird how that works, huh? Multinational corporations might not necessarily be in the US. But weren't they going to merge with Sprint? Did that ever go through? Sprint T-Mobile merger. Did that ever happen? It did happen. Oh, they acquired Sprint. Ah. So 33% owned by the government. That's not surprising. So yeah, T-Mobile owner. Yeah, it's headquartered in Germany. Deutsche Telekom, 43% share. Well, the Japanese conglomerate SoftBank holds 24%. So it's not completely owned by Deutsche Telekom. They just have a large minority share. I would say that they are a primary shareholder, not an owner. An owner would mean they need a majority of the shares, right? Close enough, though. 46% is close enough. They have a bad reputation? Well, which telecom company doesn't have a bad reputation at this point? Like, who in the U.S. actually likes Comcast, for example, right? Just name me one person who doesn't work for Comcast, who actually likes Comcast. I don't know of anybody. Okay, I'm going to clean this up. So let me change current task. We fixed that one, so I'm going to be refactoring the games front-end camera system to clean up names. All right, that's what we're doing. This on reflect, I can actually interpret it at the message level. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to where this is actually posted and fix it there. It's in JS now. We're not in C++ anymore. Did I misspell that? Oh, interesting. That's not an action name anymore? Well, that's weird. It looks like an action handler, but it's not. Okay, what about moved? Oh, I know why. Because that used to be an action. It's not an action anymore. It's here. It's reflect sprites update. That is an action. And that's handled here. So here, I could rewrite it. But there's a lot of embedded rewriting I would have to do, wouldn't I? Oh, thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Yeah, because there are an add, a move, an update, and a remove set, and each one of these could have names that need to be renamed. Yeah, buried in here. In Belgium, you basically have one internet provider you go to for fast internet. Other providers cannot match them, but they know it is very expensive because of that. Well, I think it's the same problem in the U.S. Like where I live, there's basically, you can get your internet through the cable company, or you can go through someone else who's, who knows what you get. And a lot of neighbors I have complain about that there's not really a good set of options. And if you have a problem with your internet, it's like, well, good luck with that. All right. Needed to keep my throat hydrated. I'm already doing renaming here. That's probably, if I'm already doing it there, I should do it elsewhere, right? Because this is where this HBL is captured. It's probably not perpetuated anywhere else. Actually, no, it is. Oh, because, yeah, okay, that I expect. Okay, cool. That's exactly what I want to do. So let's do it one thing at a time. Let me put down bookmarks. Right, so there and here, essentially, right? What is this doing? Where do we read the action out? Okay, yeah, here. Let's just put it up to the top here. There and there, we're interpreting messages from the server that include encoded names. If you get the lower speed internet, you have a network cap. Yeah. I thought it was just the US that had to deal with that stuff. That's unfortunate that you have that in Belgium, too. Okay, so I have these bookmarks, right? And I'm going to find the places where we do this depth rewriting. D depth, right? Do I have a depth D also? No, it's always D depth. Right, because we're always pulling out from D and renaming it to a local variable called depth. Or we're putting it back in, which is here. In this case, we're putting it back in. So I think I just replace all D depths with depth. And I'm almost done, right? Except for where I have these bookmarks. So right here, it would be D depth sprite.d, right? This is going to include the original fields, though, isn't it? Unless I do an omit. I should probably do an omit. Omit. Where do I do omit? That's a Lodash thing. Yeah, where we can say we don't want some of the keys, yeah. So I want Lodash. Give me Lodash, please. And then we're going to do the same thing that omit. So it's underscore dot omit and then the object. So it's omit object and then a list. And then here we would put D HBL HBM, right? Okay, and then one more time below. Or actually, looks like two more times. Update and add have to do this, right? No, wait. Move had the depth. Update did not, but I should do the omit part here just for HBL and HBM. Okay, and then same thing for here. For here, we're going to do this. We're going to omit depth. We're going to omit D and then rewrite depth to be sprite.d. And like that. And then I can go and replace D depth with just depth. I think. So replace all there. See if that works. So far so good. Where's my other window? I think that worked. So the real test would be that I changed the depth of something. So didn't I have a... Oh, I disappeared. I'm underground. It didn't work. Look at that. I'm underground. Okay. So let me try to narrow down what that's caused by. Oh, it's the add tiles again. Are being overwritten. So the depth isn't getting through then. Okay, so I messed it up. I would have thought that this would have done it. That, When a sprite is reflected, we pull out its depth. What if there's a .d somewhere? Oh, there's one. Okay, that's the problem. No, actually that will be there. That's something different. Yeah, this is for the admin tool. It's kind of hard to search for .d. Does whole word even work? I guess it does. Oh, there we go. Depth. That was probably it, right? And this should be depth. And that's right, pulling it out. Okay, let's see if that fixed it. Okay, the nameplate's fixed, but the my actual avatar tile is not. So that's probably pulling from somewhere else, right? Sprite added. Add sprite here. Where does this depth get set? It doesn't get set here. So it must be set by the caller of add sprite. So depth. What happened? Does this not work? Oh, there we go. There's a D depth. Okay, so sometimes I have D colon space depth. Actually, I don't want to change that everywhere. I just want to be, I want to be very particular about this one. There, not there. Okay, so that was probably it. So I just don't want my, I don't want my character to disappear. Didn't I put a... Yeah, there's a bridge there, right? Is that bridge broken? I might have been playing around with that bridge. Oh, no, this is... It's completely broken. The depth order is all messed up. Okay, this depth is not being obeyed, obviously. We can't see the bridge. Now we can, right? Is it when we bring it back on screen that it disappears? Okay, so that's an update then. Alright, I know where to look for that. Sprite update sprite? Unreflect sprites update. That's what we want. No, it's not an update, it's a new sprite. So that would be, it's in the list of ads here. Right here. Oh, I'm missing it. I'm missing the depth. Yep, I need that included here. So depth is sprite.d. We'll get this sooner or later. So bring it off screen and bring it back. Okay, good. And then let me check to see if the depth update works. So that is where I actually move the bridge underwater. You ready? Getting my magic wand out and bridge is underwater. And move the bridge back above water. Okay, cool. Fixed. So I've done that with depth. What else can I do this with? Tile info, right? I'm looking for like fields where we rename stuff. I guess I could just look for the colon. There's a lot of colons here. That's fine. All that's fine. Okay. Still looking for... Well, we might have done renames. No. Or these are all good. LA instead of label text? LA. Why did I do that? When did I do LA? Huh. Did I do that in the C++ also? Or in the headers? I did. Oh, debug tiles. Okay. All right. So I don't want to put it into the tile info. I want that to be renamed also. That comes out where? An add. Okay. So it's only an add? Wait a minute. No, this is not an add. What is this? It's a special message called debug tiles is what it is. Okay. So let me track that down. Debug tiles. On debug tiles, here it is. Right, so this action is actually posted directly from the message handler, right? Yes, it's dispatched right there. Okay, so then what else catches this in JavaScript? By the way, what does the current task set do? Okay, that's... Yeah, that's what we're still doing. Just making sure. Right, so all this does is pass along the action, okay? And that's the only place where we intercept the action is here. So this is the only place where LA will appear, and we're already changing it there. So that's fine. This is the correct place for me to rename the field. Okay, then we're good. Let's move on to looking at colons. These are all fine. Okay, TS instead of tile set. Why do I bother making a TS tile set? Is there a TS colon tile? No? Okay, this I obviously don't need to do. That tile I don't need to do. Another tile we don't need. Okay, so what am I using it with? I'm using it with set sprite texture, active frame, and that's it. Okay, so let's look at set sprite texture. Why does it need TS there? There's no reason. I could just call this tile set. Okay, and then just call that tile set. There's no reason for me to abbreviate that. I don't know why I did that. Okay, this one, it was given to add sprite. I'll come back to this one. And a move also, where does it get the TS from? What? Where did it get that from? Oh, up there. Okay, so it makes it into the tile info. That's why. And probably the same with that. Well, here I stored it directly. Wait a minute. Why did it put it in as the name and not abbreviated there, but then abbreviated in the other spot? Right here. Why did it pull it out as TS, but then put it in as tile? So that looks like a bug to me. It got, yeah, so I need to fix this. Yeah, okay. Okay, so let's just make that tile set. Correct. Okay, and then again, tile set. Yes. It's interesting. We're pulling out. It seems like there's bugs here. I wonder if, yeah, this renaming just makes everything buggy. Let's just not do the renaming. Okay, so for here, add sprite can't be TS. It needs to be tile set. So let's track down add sprite. So this needs to be tile set also, which means that sprite added needs to be tile set also. Tile set, which means sprite updated has to be called tile set. Cool. All right, and then added. There's no tile set specifically. Okay, here I need to have the renaming done. So extract TS, and that's tile set. That's sprite TS. And then the same down here. Tile set sprite TS. See ya, Jalmega. Found a German provider that gives 1 GB per second for 70 euros a month. That's not too bad. At least compared to what we pay here. We probably pay too much here. Actually. So I'm guessing I need to do the same thing for sprite updated, right? Yeah. Okay, sprite updated also needs to translate from the backend's message. TS turns into tile set. Okay. So then active frame. Active frame needs to be updated. This is tile set. Oh, shouldn't that just be like if tile set is null? Tile set equals unknown. I think that's what I want. All right, then I think I hit it everywhere and it should work now. Oh, no, I have a compiler error 1201. Oh, yeah, there's TS here. Okay, so that's, again, if tile set is null, tile set is unknown. Sounds like something I should have a function for, actually. 1404. Yeah, that's just tile set. 1410. Tile set. Set sprite texture uses tile set. Yeah, okay. Okay, cool. Back up and running. Hey there, Stryhex. I'm winding down my stream right now by working on miscellaneous bug fixes for my game and refactoring. So the code that updates this graphics for my game is in JavaScript, and it kind of looks like this. So whenever we change the texture of one of these tiles, it goes through this. And it was using some funky names here, and I removed the renaming so that it now says tile set instead of TS tile. It used to say this, and basically because there was a mismatch between the names of elements of these JSON of these JavaScript objects on input and output. So now I'm just cleaning it out. Did I finish the migration? Nah, I got 2 tables closer. So I got the zone table and the trigger table done. So I have 5 left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So probably another 3 or 4 streams, because these are the more difficult tables. So sometime next week, I hope. Unless I take a stream day to investigate something else. This stuff is really grueling. And I'm not able to get the code correct on the first pass, so I'm having to do a lot of refactoring, and then there's more refactoring I need to do. So it's slow work. Steady progress, yeah. I'd say so. So to avoid being burned out, for example, rather than using the whole stream time for just database stuff, I decided the last hour to just do some random bug fixes. It makes me feel good to get some of these bugs out of the way. So like this bug here. Where is it? Do I not have... Did I not put a to-do list item for this? How come I don't see it? I didn't put a to-do list here? Depth or tile? Oh yeah, this character name tags. So I just fixed that, and I'm refactoring the code that had the bug that led to this. Refactoring the code that led the badly written code that led to that bug in the first place, and refactoring it so it doesn't happen again, right? It's that I had these like renamings here and there of fields of tile information. I kind of want to look at sprite update, sprite, sprites update. Unreflect sprites is fine. I want to like follow these down to make sure. Okay, so there's more. There's like this flag here. Sometimes it's called G and sometimes it's gone. We should just make it gone always, and not have this weird renaming, right? So I'm gonna look for the G colon. I'm just gonna remove the G in front. It's just gonna be gone. Everywhere it's gone, right? Sounds good to me. Oh, here it needs to be gone was gone. Because we're pulling it out to compare later. That's important. All right. Remove that. Remove that. And we're done. Okay, so then I need to handle where it actually comes into the front end, and that's taskbar. How come I can't find this right now? Oh, it's health bar, not taskbar. Okay. Yeah, when a sprite gets added in the very beginning, it's going to be G for gone. So we'll omit it from the original sprite and then put it back in here. So gone is sprite.g. And then same thing for update, right? I can't remember. Okay, definitely for added. Gone is sprite.g. But is move used for gone flag? It is. Okay. Yeah, so moved also has the G turned into gone. Gone is sprite.g. So it's that on the wire, basically on the JSON message from the server, and we want to give it a better name in the rest of our script. So this should be the only place where we have these renamings happen. And then, yeah, does updated have a gone flag? It does not. All right, so then I just need to make sure this didn't break anything. The way I test this is I do the show ghosts and then hide it. Yeah, okay. Then move off stream. Oh, okay, that broke. It shouldn't have shown that. Yep, okay, so the shift is broken. So it's when I shifted the screen that it started to draw something. Shift. That's sprite update. How come I can never find this? Update sprite? It's on reflect sprites update is what it is. I'm not using test-driven development for the front end though. I only do that for the back end, the server code. For the front end, I see it as almost like a prototype user interface, or it's a user interface still under development. And my personal preference is I consider it a waste of time to do test-driven development on user interfaces. I think that's the problem here. There's a G instead of a gone. Yeah. So that's gone, not G. I wonder if I should search for the letter G as a whole word. Yeah, so that's a problem. Gone. Nope, that was it. Yeah, it is hard to test UI. It's something that I would rather spend my time testing things that I have a higher chance of finding bugs. Right now, I find bugs already just by playing around with the UI, and so I'm always a little skeptical of what more bugs I would find with the UI test framework. If I end up spending a lot of time making a harness for testing user interfaces and I never find very many bugs with it, then it's sort of a waste of time. Whereas in the back end, it's so much more convenient to find bugs early on before I do integration. Front end, I'm not doing much integration work. So there's the ghost off the screen on. Do I detect a Mr. Balrog in chat? Hey there, Mr. Balrog. What's the name of the fattest, roundest knight in King Arthur's court? Circumference. He got that way from eating too much pie. Good one, Mr. Balrog. Don't use your best ones here, though, Mr. Balrog. You know, you want to save the best for when you really need a good one. Okay, so right now I'm just refactoring this code to it's basically at the point where the message here gets interpreted at the front end and not anywhere deeper in the front end. We're giving more understandable names to some of the parameters given on the wire in the message from the server. So I did that. Now there's dir turns into direction, right? So I'm going to look for the word dir. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to look for I'm just going to do search for whole word dir, right? And we'll just delete the rename everywhere, right? Everywhere. And this is direction. And then once I've removed it, now I have to be careful and add it back when we translate the messages. So that was here, right? So dir is direction is sprite.dir. And so that'll also get basically every add needs that. Add here. Dir. And then I think it's... Does move have a direction? No, move does not have a direction. It must be update then. Yeah, update has a direction. So add dir here. Direction is sprite.dir. Okay, and then make sure that didn't break anything. You used Selenium in the past? I've heard about Selenium, yeah. Does React have something? I don't know. I don't know enough about React testing because I've been focused mostly on non-test React components. So I know how to make components, functional or class, and I know how to use the hooks, but I don't know anything about testing, unfortunately. Okay, so the directional tiles, I had a test for that in another zone here, lighting test. That's what these arrows are for. So non-admin mode, the tiles disappear when you're on the wrong side of them. Admin mode, we can see them with arrows. So if I pick this one, for example, and change its direction to be like down instead of up and left, then it changes the arrow to down. If I select up, and it goes up. All right, looks good to me. Cool. All right, so it's not broken. I didn't break it. You can't tell. Okay, S special. There we go. There's another one. So I have to scrutinize all the S keys. Okay, so we're renaming S to special. That's update and add. Oh, that's easy. So then I just need to go to where the message is first caught here. Add has to rename S to special. Special is sprite.s. And I'll just copy that code up to here. Right about... Actually, these are out of order. H comes before S. Depth, direction, gone, health bar, level, right, special. Okay. And then I need to update also, right? Here. Direction, health bar goes before S. There we go. Let me make sure updated is the one that takes special. It does. Okay, good. And so specials are marked with these little triangles. So if to make one kind of special would be an entity with no tile. So if I add one here, it shows a special there. If I then give it a tile, then it goes away. And if I delete the tile, it comes back as a special. Okay, good. Remove the entity and it's gone. Okay. Sounds good to me. Oh, I should probably have one that scrolls off the edge. There's a special there. I can scroll the screen off and bring it back on. Okay, yeah, it works. All right, so then am I almost done? Good, because I need to eat lunch. Updated, it's all clean now. All these have nice names. In fact, we could put them on their own rows just to show you how many attributes of a sprite we get when we update it. Then I can do the same thing for move. So when something moves, its position might change, it might disappear or appear, and its depth might change. That's a recent change to fix another bug. And then an add, it's all of them. So position, gone flag, depth, direction, its identity, its name, its tile, tile set, special flag, health bar. I like it. Let's check it in, and then I'll go eat lunch. All right. It's Thursday, right? We accomplished that bug fix, and actually, did I should have put the to-do change in with that bug fix. I'll just check these in together. Just pretend it didn't happen. Yeah, I'm going to be stretching when I go eat lunch. And maybe tomorrow I'll be starting to use this thing that I talked about before. Let me show it again. How do you tell it to show? There, this thing. This is a tool that a viewer told me about. It's called WorkRave. I'm going to be starting to use this thing. It's an open source tool that assists in the prevention and recovery of repetitive strain injury. So I think I need this because I'm starting to get eye strain. And I also don't remember to get up and stretch long every once in a while. So what this thing will do is it sets timers that I think I'll start by using the rest breaks so that it'll basically pop up a reminder and also show me a countdown for whatever I configure this to be. Why don't I just do this now? Let's say I want to break every hour and a half, right? And the break is a 3-minute break. So every hour and a half, it'll say, you need to take a break. And then it'll pop it up if I forget to start the break on time. And then I'll say, okay, it's time for me to go on break. I'll start with that tomorrow, I think. And then this micro break, I think this is too annoying to do on stream. Because if I did this, then every 3 minutes, you'd see me look off into space for a half a minute. I think that would be distracting. It's been really tough for me to do this off stream anyway. But this is to remind you to rest your eyes briefly and look off into the corner or off, into the distance to so you don't get eye strain. And so I won't be doing this on stream, but it's something that I've been doing off stream that I'm going to try to stick to, although it's kind of annoying. And so why don't I just set this up to be off for now? We'll just start with the rest breaks, and I'll re-enable this tool tomorrow. Right now it's suspended. Are you coming or going, 715-209? I'm still going until I check this commit in, and then I'll be going to go eat something. Actually, I might need to go to the store. Okay, got rid of all these renames, all these silly renames that got in the way. So refactor front end stage.js. So this is remove all the confusing object key renames. Except for when the sprite information is first obtained from the back end. There we go. That's what we're going to say. Commit that. And we're going to push that. You just joined? Wait a minute, you were here a little bit ago. You were here 44 minutes ago. You waved to me. Did you pop in and then leave? Did you miss the part 715209 where I said that the moment I will start doing Rust, I have to remember to tell you about it? Because in my notebook it says 715209 must be the first to know when I start learning Rust. You got distracted. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, well, because of this note, I will remember to tell you when I do the Rust stream. You'll be the first to know. Because I said I would, right? Unless you've learned it already. It's been several months, right? It's been 7 months. Maybe you've learned it. Maybe you can teach it to me instead. Maybe we'll see a 715209 stream sometime soon. I don't know. Maybe. All right. I'm going to call it here. Next time I stream, probably going to try to tackle this list some more. You know, only the very basics. That's more than I know. I only know what I've been told in chat so far. So I'm not looking forward to these last 5 tables. They're going to be grueling. They're going to be complicated. I'll probably tackle Quest first because it's fairly straightforward. I won't even look at it right now. We're going to work on the Quest information migration to the database next time. Almost done. Yeah, 5 left. 5 out of 25. Well, we'll have to see, Nui. We'll have to see if either one of us knows enough to create a course. Creating a course is difficult. All right, my friends. I hope you enjoyed watching today. My schedule, I was off on Tuesday because of a doctor's appointment, but normally I stream Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, so I should be back tomorrow, 9:15 a.m. my time, 16:15 UTC. I'm going to leave you with another streamer, if that's okay with you. Depends on who's streaming right now. Everyone's always streaming at different times, so I have to look and see who is available. Triple Wave, Ski Dog. If you want to see me gaming later, my friends, I'll be on Ski Dog stream. Next time he streams, probably. Well, actually, no. We might not be streaming the gaming, right? But if I ever game with other people on stream, it's usually in Ski Dog stream. Let's see who am I gonna raid. Yeah, I was on Ski Dog stream yesterday, playing Minecraft Dungeons. It's a very fun game. Not tonight, but we'll see. If we're having too much fun, we might have to go into the next stream. Who knows? Let Ski Dog figure that out. Let's go raid. Oh, wait a minute. We're just talking about Rust, right? I have the perfect stream for you guys then. This is gonna be perfect. We're going to raid Mr. CM Griffin, who made the chat overlay above my head. He is toying around with U and Rust compiled into WebAssembly. There we go. We have 3, not only 1, not just 2, but 3 internet buzzwords that he's playing with today. So let's go rate him. Hopefully you guys have an awesome rest of your day. Enjoy Chris's stream. Reminder, it's not family friendly nor PG-13. It is mature audience. Hey there, Centos. Good evening. And I gotta raid someone else right now because I am hungry. I'm starting a raid. Yeah, sorry. Hello and goodbye. Please enjoy Chris Griffin stream. I will be back tomorrow, 9:15 a.m. my time, 16:15 UTC. Until then, my friends, have a good day. See ya. Bye.